Oh, come on, man. Ugh. Okay. Whoops, cancel. Finally. Alright. Sorry that took so long. Let's get some sound for you guys and let's get started. Hey, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Make sure people can hear me. And let's get started. Hey, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, cool. We're good to go. So, we're going to react to this first, see what's going on. And then after that, well, after that, we'll get into doing the polls for Epic 7, Nikke. I think that's it. There's not many. And then we'll launch into Snowbreak. So, let's go ahead and do this. Hey everyone, it's Neptorka here, back for another reaction video. We have the Girls Frontline 2, Balin, I think it's Balin, Island Emergency Shelter Broadcast Episode 5. I'm surprised they did this, because I kind of figured they wouldn't do this again until after this one, like, because I think this was considered to just be like, okay, next. Kind of like it was for Vector and Yuhi. And who was the other one? The third one? Xiaohui. But, surprise, surprise, here we are. So, let's take a look and see if we get anything special out of this other than Chihua. I think that's how you pronounce it. We'll see. They'll tell us.
Hello, Commanders. glad to see everyone again on Valen Island Emergency Shelter broadcast. The last time we met was during the Mimispooner's Loop special preview program.
That was not a
where
good
Mo
special program.
introduced the contents of the new version with Mr. Yu-jung and Mr. Jimmy. Mo
And
was
not a good story
actually
either,
a little nervous.
unfortunately.
Mo wonders what everyone thought of Mo's performance last time. Mo is really happy to have more opportunities to meet with commanders. Of course, Mo will work hard to improve if you have any suggestions.
It's 17 minutes, which is
After
kind of
all,
odd because I feel
Mo
like
needs to work really
I almost
hard
feel
to
like
become
they
an even
time
more
it for
amazing
17 minutes
Dynacade.
exactly every
But
single
before
time.
that, Mo will get to the main event and bring commanders more information on the new update.
All right.
According to Mo's latest intel, after the happy and enjoyable cafe experience from Mimispooner's Loop event,
Happy,
the new
yes,
story
enjoyable.
is set to unfold in the Yellow Zone. Chihuahua, who was already
Chihuahua,
revealed in the
okay.
special preview program, will make her appearance in the new version, Life Rekindled,
Cool.
as she embarks on
looks
a brand
good.
new adventure with the commander. I'm sure the perceptive commanders have already picked up on the festive mood from this picture, right? In addition, Mo also saw
was this
Sabrina.
released like back
What
in?
could have brought her over? Bet you can't
Was
guess,
she
can you, commanders?
released back during like
Let
Chinese
the
New Year?
brilliant Mo enlighten you. The only thing that could lure Sabrina is delicious food.
I mean, yeah.
In fact, Mo heard that... Why would she send a distress signal like that to the Elmo? What happened? Judging by the lively scene in the picture, surely nothing could go wrong, right? Don't tell me she swapped salt for sugar while cooking. Still, she has great cooking skills, so I'm sure she wouldn't do something like that. Just what could have gotten her so worried? The answer to this mystery and more will be revealed
Don't do
on
that.
July 24th.
Reveal it
Once
now.
the Life Rekindled event goes online. Mo won't spoil anymore.
Okay.
Let's hand
Next
our
week.
time over to the star of this event's story, Chihuahua. We've seen her in the special preview program earlier. She's an old friend of the Commanders, and she'll
looks
be
good,
making
man.
her debut after the July 24th update. During her time apart from the Commander, she often looked back fondly on the fun-filled days she spent with the Commander and Griffin. Her cooking skills were around Macchiato's level at that time, being the kind of person who didn't use oil while frying eggs and so on. Do you still remember incidents like how her teammates got hospitalized after eating her dishes?
Nope. I wish I did
Still,
though.
that wasn't entirely her fault. After all, she never had culinary modules installed.
Oh.
But now, she's improved tremendously through her own hard work. After leaving Griffin, her cooking skills could earn the top chef's approval. She's been honing her mastery of the culinary arts whenever she's not off on combat missions. Whoosh! Just look at that skillful blade work and food prep. Mo thinks that her chopping could be as effective on the battlefield as it is in the kitchen. Speaking of effectiveness on the battlefield, I'm sure all you commanders must be eager to know just
fair.
what skills she has. Allow your frontline reporter Mo to share them with you. Chihuahua is a burn-type Vanguard doll, as befits a chef. She deals large amounts of burn damage to the enemy, and she's even brought her weapon from the kitchen onto the battlefield. That's right, it's her prized frying pan. When she uses searing sizzle, she'll throw it at the enemy and deal burn damage to them. The power of this
That's
attack
silly.
gets stronger within a certain range, so enemies who are too close might end up flattened by it. Well, Mo's just a diner gate, so Mo's not going to stray too close to the stove, no. In addition, she has an awesome ultimate skill called Boil and Reduce. She pulls out a bottle of personally brewed wine, then sprays it out with a foo, applying
Damn.
scorch marks to all enemies within range. Enemies with scorch marks take burn damage at the end of their turn. It should be noted that scorch marks can also be applied by burn damage from other teammates. In other words, the more burn-type dolls on the team with her, the more burn damage they deal.
Cool.
And the higher the damage caused by scorch marks will be. Mo can't wait to deploy Chilhua along with Chungjo, Vector, Sharkry, and Perry from Minnesbrunner's Loop in the same team.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I
you've
couldn't
been
get Perry.
thinking that too, right, Commander? Still, it isn't enough to just have a
I
pan on the
needed to hold back.
battlefield. Powerful dolls need powerful weapons too. With the release of the new version, her elite weapon Trailblazer will also become available in targeted procurement. Not only does it increase the amount of burn damage Chilhua deals, it also further increases the burn damage done by its wielder in proportion to the number of times its wielder has dealt burn damage to the enemy.
Okay.
Doesn't that perfectly suit our newest elite doll and the rest of our burn team?
Yep.
Mo can't wait to build a team that's composed entirely of burn-type dolls. But how shall we put one together? Chungjo is always available. Sharkry is a standard doll. Perry is still available from Minnesbrunner's Loop. But didn't a lot of commanders miss out on Vivi? No need to worry about that. Mo's gotten word that with the introduction of Chilhua, the burn-type doll, our somewhat mopey but much beloved Vivi will be making a comeback in targeted procurement.
I mean,
Along
I
with her
don't need her, but
exclusive elite weapon,
that's pretty quick.
Banshee's
I like how
Whisper.
quickly
If
they
you
rerun.
want to put together a burn team, don't miss out on it.
I wish
this
every
time.
game like brought them back this
I'm
quickly.
sure they'll work great together
This is
on
what,
the
just 2
battlefield.
months after she released?
Speaking of elite dolls, are you interested in more ways to obtain more targeted access permissions so you can recruit the dolls you like more quickly? The Neural Integration Shop function will be officially
Nice.
released after the new version goes online. Once it does, commanders can convert excess neural archives to redundant pieces,
Nice.
which can be exchanged for targeted access permissions, access
Ooh,
permissions,
make sure you get the
elite
monthly
weapons,
limit of
weapon skins, and
I
many
don't even
other
know what
resources.
these are called. The purple
That
gems.
way, commanders can obtain preferred
There's
elite
just not
dolls
enough
more
of them.
quickly and finish building the burn team. In addition to that long-awaited function, several regular updates will also be steadily rolled out in the update,
Okay.
starting with the Neural Helix development system. The first doll getting neural expansion is one of the burn-type dolls, Centeracy. After equipping the expansion key Will to Protect, Centeracy will apply a special effect to all allied units at the start of battle, and after using her ultimate skill, Afternoon Tea Break,
Okay.
that will further increase the burn damage dealt by everyone. Her skill, Zukaro's special drink, will be able to apply perfect defense to all allied units, allowing them to ignore one instance of damage
Ooh,
dealt
that's
by
pretty good.
enemy units. In addition to these two effects, when an allied unit deals burn damage and Centeracy performs a support attack, she'll gain Confectance Index. So, she can
I
buff
always
the
say
damage of her
confection.
burn-type teammates and improve everyone's survivability.
Another doll that I still don't have.
Centeracy's even more dependable now, no? I'm sure that when she's on the field, burn-type dolls like Vector and Chilhua will
Like,
be
I just-
greatly strengthened.
I haven't quite gotten enough resources to not
Mo
worry about it.
can't wait to see the powerful burn teams that commanders will deploy. Now then, apart from the strengthening of burn teams, the other lucky doll who has received a Neural Helix expansion is our old friend Nagan. After equipping the expansion key Senior's instructions,
Don't care.
Nagan's active attacks can apply a stun to the target.
Don't care.
Sounds like a great way to keep an enemy immobilized and unable to act. Perhaps Nagan can turn the yellow zone into a field of elite statues after this. However, Mo must remind you that when stuns are applied repeatedly to the same target in a single battle,
Yep,
their
that makes
duration
sense.
is decreased. Judging by this expansion key name, perhaps the enemy got dizzy after hearing Nagan's long lectures?
Yeah.
In any case, let's look forward to Centeracy and Nagan's future performance on the battlefield. That said, Mo has lots of important news to share with So let's not waste any more time. Next up is the part that Mo and all commanders look forward to. New outfit for the new version. When Chilhua arrives on the Elmo on July 24th, she will do so with her brand new outfit, Benevolent Herbalist. Commanders familiar with the Girls Frontline IP should recognize this as one of her classic outfits. As a chef, while she isn't a professional medical doll, she's still concerned about the commander's health and hopes to keep the commander healthy with delicious food, which is why she's gone out of her way to draw up a meal plan focusing on health benefits and delicious medicinal food. In order to build the commander's faith in her healing arts, she has a new medical-themed outfit. Its elegant white base is paired with intricately designed details, instantly transforming her from a kitchen goddess to a master of medical care.
What's with the scorch
Mo
marks
can't
on her
help but
face?
wonder, just how much does she understand about regulating health? You'll have to help Mo
Wait a
learn
minute.
the answer to that question, dear commanders. That's have to help. Much does she
Okay, never
understand
mind.
about regulating
I was looking at
health?
this.
You'll have to
I
help
thought it was
Mo
an
learn
actual,
the
like,
answer to that question,
Red
dear
Cross.
commanders.
I was like, oh man,
That said,
Switzerland's gonna be
Mo
on
can
your
tell
ass
you more
soon.
about the outfit.
Oh my gosh,
It'll be
that's
released
2D
with
art
a set
though.
of interchangeable accessories that go with it. Dress her up in the style of a wicked little imp, or with a calm pastoral flavor. It
Oh,
feels like the
jeez.
taste of the dishes she makes changes when she's in different outfits. So, if you like them, make sure you
Man,
buy them
this
for
is-
her ASAP.
This is the most
In
goon
addition, Chilhua's
outfit
Covenant
they've
will be
released.
released
I'm sure
along
Twitter's
with
gonna
her,
freak out over
as
it.
well as that of Centaurasi, who's receiving a neural helix expansion. You can boost your affinity with them in the dorms by giving them gifts, receiving their exclusive affinity return gifts in turn. Now, just what kind of gifts will they give? Handmade dishes and snacks, perhaps. Make sure you tell Mo when you get them, commanders. And now, on to other news. Next up, Mo will be talking about a series of themed minigames to go with the upcoming event.
Okay.
The first is the brand new minigame,
Nope,
Rhythmic
don't care.
Tempo, a dancing game starring your dolls. In addition, you can challenge your memory in Memory Puzzle, or collect the
Don't care.
ingredients needed for a big feast in Operation Gourmand. Help the dolls prepare for a
They
big
seem
festival
more
feast.
focused on quantity
Receive
rather than
generous
quality,
rewards
which
for
is a
taking
shame.
part in the events. Mo has
Nikke
faith
should
that
be the
you'll
gold
able to
standard
collect them all.
For how to do mini games.
Of course, there are other classic events for commanders to enjoy. For example, Gunsmoke Frontline. In the 11th season of Gunsmoke Frontline, commanders will face a familiar boss, Berserker Barbarity. Much like the previous season, his weakness is hydro and burn damage, and dolls
Okay.
of those types will be buffed. Commanders who recruited Chilhua will be able to see her show her stuff in battle against this boss.
Alright.
In addition, there are other great benefits awaiting commanders in this version update. First up, the Elmo's Wishing Well is coming back again.
Whenever I think
featuring
Wishing Well,
wishes
I
from
think of
Diane,
Azure Lane's Wishing Well.
Galway, Vector, Springfield, Sharkry, Nemesis, and Litera. Fulfill their wishes to unlock their replies
Okay.
and receive gifts of gratitude, including collapse pieces, growth resources, and more. Naturally, Mo has other things prepared for commanders apart from the Wishing Well. Giveaway events such as simulation exercise, intelligence supplies,
Intelligence supplies.
in-depth
It's the
search
best
vision,
one,
and
man.
others are all waiting for you, so don't miss out. With more resources, commanders will be able to better raise your elite dolls and make the Elmos stronger and stronger. Mo can't wait to see it. Mo bets all commanders feel the same way too. That being the case, Mo won't waste any more of your time. Time to wrap up this episode of Valen Island Emergency Shelter broadcast
Oh,
and wait for Chilhua's arrival.
I thought it was.
You know,
faster
When
than that.
Mo thinks about how Mo will have to say goodbye to Commanders, Mo feels really sad.
You have a surprise for
But
us?
don't worry. Mo will be waiting for all you Commanders on the Elmo. Speaking of which, you should have seen the preview video
Yep,
for the
it
crew
looked
deck,
awesome.
right? The Elmo's going to get a huge glow up. Turns out the scrimping and saving Mei Ling did was all for upgrading the Elmo and giving you a better experience. Mo can't wait to enjoy warm and happy times with everyone on the crew deck.
This is cool.
Mo
I'm really
knows
excited for this.
Commanders are already super excited about it. That said, according to Mo's latest news, Commanders may need to wait a little more patiently for it to be fully implemented. Until then, Mo will do Mo's best to bring this new function to everyone ASAP. Unfortunately, Mo's last attempt at sneaking into Mr. Yuzhong's office failed, and Mo was grounded for several days. It'll take a while before Mo can sneak over to the planning and art departments to hurry them up. So please, give Mo a little more time. Mo's still thinking hard about the next stealth plan.
Alright.
Not only does Mo plan to push everyone, but Mo also needs to work hard to gather new intel. So please wait for the latest from Mo. Mo is already preparing the next episode of the Balin Island Emergency Shelter broadcast.
That
Who
one,
will be
I
the
get the
new
feeling is going to
character
be
waiting
Leva.
for Commanders then? Keep an eye out for her and keep Mo in your thoughts, okay? Right.
I think we're getting
That's the end
Leva
of this
next time,
episode of the Balin Island Emergency
which
Shelter
is going to be a
broadcast.
huge one.
See you next time. Bye-bye.
Alright, so, simple patch.
Diane. Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei. Qiu Hua. Qiu Hua. Qiu Hua. Qiu Hua. It's so hard to pronounce. Mo needs a recharge.
Okay. I think that was our hit. I think, yeah. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. But as far as this one is concerned, I'm excited for her. I'm actually surprised at how like overly gooned this skin is. This 2D art is absolutely incredible. The outfit in practice, though, I think is just a little weird. Especially with these, it looks like she got scorch marks on her tits. Otherwise, I'm really excited for this. And yeah, I think, you know, it's just kind of a basic update. I kind of expected that. I would expect, you know, in between each major update to get, you know, 2 to 3 dolls before we get another major update. And the next major update, everyone is speculating, is going to be Leva. We don't know if that's going to be the case, but it is what it is. But this here at the end, I believe, gives us the information that our next unit is going to be... our next unit is going to be, if I can pronounce it correctly, give me the Chinese version, Zhang Yu. I don't know how she pronounced it. Let me see. Let's hear her again.
Diane.
She said Diane, which is part of the team. Zhao Hui.
Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei. Qiu Hua. Qiu Hua. Qiu Hua.
See,
Qiu Hua.
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but I mean, looking at all of the different CN units, that's the only one I think it could be. It's the only Chinese name that we haven't gotten yet. Or wait a minute, am I totally playing myself and she's just saying her name? I'm gonna feel like an idiot. Wait, where is it?
everyone thought of Mo's performance with Command. Any suggestion and even more bring Commander out. The new story is in the special preview in the Yellow Zone. Chiu Hua, who is...
Alright, forget it. I don't know what's coming next. Just ignore my stupidity. I thought for sure that they were listing off her teammates. Not her teammates, but Diane and... Diane and Xiaohui's teammates. Man, just forget. I'm just being stupid. Man, I don't understand Chinese names. Just cut me some slack. I thought we would get Andorra soon, so maybe we will. And I don't know if any of these are free. Like, Faye was free, and I wasn't expecting that. I didn't know that she would be free. I'm wondering if any of these others will be free, like Lainey or Robella. I don't think Nikita would be free, but, you know, we'll see. And of course, I don't think we'll get Lind. I really think Leva's, like, she's coming soon, so we'll see. But, yeah, overall, I'm excited for the next chapter. The past story wasn't honestly that great, so I'm hoping for a little bit more on this next one. But I'm excited for Xiao Hua, if I pronounce that right. I should know now. And yeah, well, that's pretty much everything. I hope you guys enjoyed this reaction. Good luck to everyone in your polls, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Neptorka out. See you guys. All right, this is done. This is done. Let's go play. Let's do Nikke first, because I don't have any pulls in Nikke. So it's gonna be a pretty sad pulling session. Unfortunately, I don't really have a choice in the matter. So, let's see. I want to see what they look like in action. All the new characters should be loaded in. We also got to see the Rappy Red Hood, because I got to see if I'm going to actually spend money for the first time ever. Well, it wouldn't be for the first time ever for Nikke, but actually go for one of the gacha skins.
Goddess of Victory, Nikke!
It's here! Alright. So, let's, well, let's first go here. Let's see what they look like. Advise. Not advise. No. Wikipedia. So yeah, this was their last attempt at a water unit.
The one-winged Dark Lord.
And it was a lolly. Just, yeah. Not my thing. And I didn't even go for the other one. I do want this unit. Where's Maiden? Did I actually get Maiden? I feel like I regret that choice now. She wasn't worth the pulls. Still haven't gotten Quincy Escape Queen. Alright, so here's Boom and Shock.
I can make sure you can enjoy Boom out in the open seas.
And then so her. She'd somehow find a way to put Boom on her chest.
Is there anywhere near the sea where I can install
Dude,
Boom?
and look where the controllers are. Dude, A-Lig is like S tier character. From what I saw in the images, this is like volume levels of jiggle. I love how you can see Boom on her leg when she turns around. Man, we'll have to see how good she is, but we need a good water DPS bad. Okay. I got Clay recently. I skipped Freddy. Freddy was in crust. Worthless. All the way down here. Okay, here we go. Dorothy Serendipity.
I will opt out of swimming. I cannot bear the idea of my clothes getting wet.
Dude, she looks good. I was not expecting that. Holy shit. No, you haven't missed the pulls. There's not many yet either. I'm just taking a look at what she's like. Holy crap, they went all out. Holy shit. Now is Rappy's skin in the game? Oh no.
The water temperature and breeze are perfect. Maybe it's because you're here with me that everything feels truly complete.
Oh, it's gonna be hard to resist the skin.
The water temperature and breeze are perfect. Maybe it's because you're here with me that everything feels truly complete.
Ooh boy. And the ticket shop, how much does it cost? Six times. How many? I forget how many rolls are there? I don't know how this works. I'm gonna have to look at it.
Hope you get a lot of mileage out of it.
Okay, wait a minute. So you only have to grab it once, right? Some of these are bound to be. Man, I'm so confused by this. Something isn't adding up on this. So we've already gotten this one. And let's say we get this one. Like, I don't know how many of these are in the pool. That's the problem I can't figure out. Ah, that's right. Okay, never mind. Okay, now I remember. Okay. So as you go further, it takes more tickets to do the draw. Okay. Okay. And a lot of times we get enough free tickets to get us to usually the 4th draw or the 5th draw. Usually we get enough to go through these, I think, if I remember correctly. And then this is $10, $10, $10, $10. And okay. Man. Oh, I thought it would look better in game. So maybe that's enough to get me to pull back. I don't know, we'll see. But gosh, I love that. They did such a good job with that skin. I guarantee you they're gonna make so much money from this. Alright, I think I literally only have like 110 pull. I haven't done any Epic 7 pulls. I need to do that next. We're gonna be pulling. I mean, I literally have no pulls in Nikke.
Take as much time as
So
Welcome to Ruby's shop. Thank you for coming.
I'm just gonna come here, do dailies, attempt my pulls. My pull. No, I haven't done the pulls here yet either. I've been just looking at the new stuff. I've been gooning.
Dispatching now.
How good is the artifact again? I can't remember. Is it like a good artifact or is it kind of like meh? Thank you. Okay, nothing special. It's probably a good thing for me. All these packages, man. All these return. Dude, this is a good skin actually right here.
Commander, it's summer. It's summer.
All right.
Time for Noir and Plop.
Let's just do my dailies so I can squeeze out as much as I can, but I pretty much have nothing. I could go like farm Tribe Tower for a long time, but it's not worth it. And unfortunately, they didn't release more story chapters, so I've got nothing there.
Madame and Monsieur, let's give a warm welcome to the challenger.
The freaking collab just drained me. I couldn't get Raven at all. Okay. Oh, okay, that's kind of nice. Yeah, I know that I'm missing stuff there. What the hell is this? Work on getting our +7. Hey, Freya. I need more crystals. I haven't been getting many lately.
Down with those who threaten the kingdom. May this radiant summer day remain beautiful. My blade shall render all asunder.
You know what? Let's see how far we can go on this one.
Down with the legion.
I've been doing this on auto forever.
The heat is rising. Down with those who threaten the blade shall render all asunder. Down with those who threaten the kingdom. Down with those who threaten the kingdom.
Oh shit, did I ruin it by... I hope I didn't ruin it by attacking one of these things.
Down with those who threaten the kingdom. Down with those who threaten the kingdom. You will pay the price.
Okay, we got to 6. That's all that matters.
Down with those who threaten the kingdom. I entrust this to you, Terra.
Oh man, I'm not gonna get it. I have like 1 tenfold, I think that's it. Come on, just finish him off.
A commendable battle, but I desire stronger opponents next time.
Oh, come on, give me some crystals.
Securing victory for their subjects is a commendable battle, but I desire stronger
Okay,
opponents
we
next
at least
time.
got 1.
On guard! Never mind. It's not looking good.
It seems I will now be able to enjoy some quiet time with you.
Alright, here we go. Well, wait, let's do this first. This right here? Yeah. Reset attributes. Thank you. We're done. I don't need a huge boost to my ammo capacity. If I want to, I can come back and fix that, but I don't really need it. So what am I going to be working on next? Probably Rappy Red Hood. I don't know. Let's hold on to my crystals for the moment till we figure out whether or not I'm really going to be interested in Dorothy or not. I keep forgetting which character I was working on. Wait, 2B. Alright. She's imagining Pine. Oh man. Don't let that be for me. Don't let that be for me. Alright. I guess I should probably be going for dupes of Alice. Okay, let's try to expend all my bad luck early.
Welcome to the Raise and Rebuild. Looking to get something on the up and up? Then you've come to the right. I'm sure you'll be more than happy with your purchase.
Someone I don't have. Oh.
See the thief. Should I plan another grand escape?
I think this is them saying that I'm not gonna get Dorothy. I've wanted this for a while.
Don't call me a thief.
Alright. Let's do our 110 pull. I might get a second one. But alright, here we go. Come on. Oh, come on. Ugh. Okay. Well, let's do this other stuff and see if, you know, I get enough for another 10 pull.
Not there. I knew that. As long as we're together, I will never fall. It is not becoming to rush. I will go slowly.
You can leave this to me.
Trust me. Sorry.
I've got this.
Be right back with you in a second.
Target down.
The American.
Chalk up another victory for the commander!
Multiple enemies detected. I've got this.
Sorry. One moment.
I'm a German girl and I'm reacting. Chalk up another victory for the commander. I've got your back.
Sorry. One moment.
How heavy your burden has been.
Is that all? I demand satisfaction. Be right back with you in a second. Sorry. Is that all? You can leave this to me. Trust me. Be right back with you in a second. Did you see that? I'm strong, but my comrades are stronger.
All right, not there.
We get 5
Are you
tickets
there?
today, I think.
Very well. Moving out.
Yeah. And we didn't get special tickets for this one. Alright.
She's coming. Is everyone ready?
Of course.
Dude, Senti's skin is good.
Are you actually
You bet I am.
I'm really not in.
How can you not be excited?
There's no scenario in.
Well, she'll be
3, 2, 1.
We'll probably pay attention to the story later. I hope that thing's waterproof. Okay, 2 tickets there. Good, we're on our way to getting another pull. Alright. Rappy.
Roger. Joining the mission.
I guess sentient
Where's the
toad.
next? I'll make sure everyone here survives.
I will go with you.
Hey, Galileo, you there?
Protein. Wait, that's not right. Raise and rebuild are all powerful tools. Is it enough for fighting?
Gaze upon me, my audience.
Nice! Excuse me. We did it! We survived! Raptors are excellent sources of protein. Wait, that's not right. Reload it! Be back in a second. Just hold on a bit longer. Excuse me. We did it! We survived!
Uh-oh.
We will survive!
Okay.
Be back in a second. Recharging survival power.
As long as we're together, I will never fall. Enemy spotted. Engaging.
Just hold on a bit longer. Just like the manual. Recharging survival power. Excuse me. Is it enough for fighting?
All right. Let's grab what we can out of this. Challenge, minigame, events. Gosh, why'd it have to be Gravedigger? The worst. Alright. Let's check out the minigame. right. Okay. This will be interesting.
Set out and have a fantastic start. Wait. Genius.
Like taking candy from a baby.
Genius.
I wasn't expecting it to talk back to me. So we can knock this one into that one. Yeah, nice. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. We just found out where we're gonna have problems.
The will to survive. Can you feel it?
Do I have unlimited time on this? I do.
Genius.
Oh, jeez. Even the physics. The physics of like how hard it is to get them to move is insane. Okay, okay. Oh, come on, man.
Things just got even more electrifying. The will to survive. Can you feel it?
Put that there. Oh, okay, never mind.
Listen, have some fun.
There we go. Why is this Elling sweating?
Yes, Commander.
Nice. Okay, so now things are getting bigger.
I'm on my way.
Keep it up. I'll lead you to a safe route.
Dude, this is getting harder. What the hell?
Like taking candy from a baby.
Shit. I'm running into some problems here. Oh no, come on. Uh-oh. We've got a problem here. Oh, come on, man!
Let's come loose and have some fun.
No!
Getting exhausted.
Okay, that was a pretty good minigame, man. Alright. Now grab all this. Grab all this. Go to the shop. Grab as many of these as we can, which is only 2. Alright. Is that enough? I don't know if that's enough. Come on. I think we're short. But yeah. Okay. Let's go to... It's okay. There's other places we can get stuff. Okay, let's go to the park.
Show me your potential, Mona. Now, let the stimulation debut.
We'll do these 3, and then I'll have enough.
Let's hurry and get this done and head back to Snowfield.
Just a little closer. No time for no war and swap. Let's make some waves.
I will light up the way. When you're lost, look to this lantern.
Hope the water isn't too salty for ya. I may look like a bunny, but I'll take on anyone, anytime, anywhere. Just time for no war and swap.
lucky.
Just a little time for a little water isn't too salty for ya. I may look like a bunny, but I'll tell
Alright.
anyone.
We got one more try. Here we go. Come on, Dorothy. Damn. Ooh! Okay, come on, come on. Give it to me. Give me that, Dorothy.
This shot.
Come on,
Soldier
come
EG
on,
at
come
your
on, come
service.
on.
What are your orders?
I want P.N.A. to show up as many times as possible.
This shot.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Leave it to me.
There she is. Oh, damn it.
I can't wait to be in a graduating class together with you, teacher.
Don't you know?
Damn. That sucks. Okay. I'll just have to be grinding. It's not much for me to grind, though. Literally, I'm broke. I do have like 800 golden tickets, so if I have to,
Are you looking for something?
if I have to, I can get one, but rather not waste them. I already had to waste one on Raven. Alrighty, time to switch games. See how good Epic 7 pulls are. Okay, this artwork is pretty, like, Tenebria looks amazing there. She looks amazing. Alright.
I didn't think
My
anyone
bag
else
is
came
full
to
of
the
letters
chapel.
and parcels.
Hold your position.
This unit is awesome. I'm so hyped for her.
You're safe now. Calling on me. Brazen army. I hope you're ready to submit.
Damn, she's got a gap.
Aw, but this was my secret place.
Alright.
I take it you're here to take a load off things?
How do I have 11? Okay, whatever. Alright, here we go. My daily disappointment. There's one. No sparkles. No sparkles. Once again,
This
pure
sunlight feels so
disappointment.
good.
don't you test your
Almost
luck?
makes me wanna
Anything
rest
here?
already.
Nothing. Events. Okay.
I didn't think anyone else came to the chapel.
Before we do anything,
The sunlight.
how do I have more than... No! What? Okay. I must have not used yesterday's for some reason. That's stupid of me. Oh, it might have been... Things were weird when I had to log off yesterday, so that's probably why. Damn, that means I missed out on stuff. Let's go grab that real quick. Alright. One more. Are you? How's that going? Yeah, I mean, she's worth something with Brant. She isn't worth much with Chang Li, apparently. That's what did it in for me.
On days like today, a glass of black tea with a hint of roses would be so perfect.
Alright. Here we go. It's summon time. Let's do the bonus summons first. Nothing but 4 stars. That's my life. Get the freebie. Nothing good either. Okay. We're ready. Limited summon. Aram.
Stop right there!
A troublesome child.
Violation of safety regulations!
First 10, you think so?
Rules are meant to be followed.
Hold your position!
You're
Okay.
safe now.
It's kind of okay. This looks better because she doesn't have those stupid fishnets. The fishnets are so strange. I don't know why they added them in.
Stop right there!
Looks stupid.
A troublesome child.
Alright. Nope, we're already off to a bad start. Wait, are you kidding me? I have to do these individually?
Rules are meant to be followed.
Why would they do that? Oh my gosh. What were they thinking? Wait, what? I'm already out of them? Oh, jeez, that was worthless.
Hold your position.
Alright, here we go. Here we go. No artifact, just the unit. Call it a day. Here we go. Clutch!
Calling on me. Brazen, aren't we? Hope you're ready to submit.
Question is, do I keep going? More copies. She's a limited unit. The artifact, since I don't have really much powder. I don't know, will I regret it?
Stop right there! A troublesome child.
Alright, let's go. Come on. Probably shouldn't be doing this. Probably what we call a bad idea. I've already come this far. I've already come this far. Okay. Yeah, that was not smart. That's okay.
Violation of safety regulations.
Okay, let's see if we get anything out of this.
The sunlight feels
Probably
so
not.
good. What do you think?
Yeah, I know. Watch, like an amazing unit's gonna drop soon, and I'm gonna be screwed.
The sunlight feels so good.
Now this ends.
Almost makes me want to rest my eyes a bit.
Is it already over? Temporary maintenance. Did something happen? I thought it didn't end for a while. Not like a while, but like a week or so. Oh. Oh, I'm so close to this, man. What can I do? Hey, friendly, how you doing? Is there anything I can do? Yeah, no one else needs aid at the moment. I just did it.
Look at me! I love floating on the ocean.
Won't let me.
I didn't think anyone else came to the chapel.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do but like try and burn through stamina, but hey. I need what, 300? Yeah, even if I were to get this, it wouldn't be enough. Yeah, we'll get it tomorrow. We can do this though. Wait, let's do this first. Of course it's useless. Alright.
On days like today, a glass of black tea with a hint of rose.
Hero transmission.
Look at me! I love floating on the ocean.
Alright, where do I even get my units? I've forgotten where... Is it waiting room? No, it's not waiting room. Where do I get to the overflow? Do you have to come here now for it?
Stop right there!
A troublesome child.
0 inventory space. Alright, fine. I'll deal with that another time.
How could you make me wait this long?
Man, you're still holding on to the copium that Raz is gonna be a broken ass unit.
Huh. I've gotten stronger.
Alright, here she is. So what am I gonna build her as? So counter health and effectiveness.
And there is our first impression.
Oh wait, I got some videos for you. I got some videos for you here.
Car. I'm a German girl and I'm reacting. Car. That's easy. I don't know Italian. Machina. French. I don't know French either. Voiture. Spanish. Auto. Oh, in German it's also auto. It's what? Personenkraftwagen? Was für ein Scheiß? Wie say Auto? Oh, this is easy. PC. In German it's also PC. What? Datenverarbeitungs...
Anlage? No one says that in German! I'm a German girl and I'm reacting.
There was another one where she was. I wish I could find it. She was reacting to Mama. But I don't. Wait, maybe it's this one.
I'm a German girl and I'm reacting.
Okay, no, it's the same one. Are they like old words that aren't used much anymore? If I ever find the Mama one, I'll show it to you. Listen to this.
Tell lies. Each day our forces, the Americans tell lies. Each day our forces grow stronger. Each day we move closer to our goal of driving the infidel... What are they?
Nothing, carry on.
Driving the infidels from our motherland. We are not afraid to... Are they subtitles? They are, aren't they?
No.
What do I need subtitles for? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I studied English at the bloody American University in Cairo.
Well, obviously I can understand what you're saying.
Oh,
but
do you see how they condescend to us with their subtitles?
Oh, maybe it's teletext, you know, for the hearing impaired.
Teletext.
No, a lot of TVs come with teletext nowadays.
Wait, say something again.
My friend has an 80 cent.
Hey, how come he doesn't need subtitles?
It's comprehensible.
No, I'm not. I speak perfect English. She sells seashells by the seashore. Peter Piper picked a pecker, picked a pepper. Round the robin, lost the rat. The Americans tell lies. Each day our forces grow stronger. Each day we move closer to our goal of driving the infidels. What are they?
Nothing, carry on.
Driving the infidels from our motherland. We are not afraid to... Are they subtitles?
Oh, they have subtitles.
They are, aren't they?
No.
What do I need subtitles for? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I studied English at the bloody American University.
All right. Yeah, I think, I don't know. We'll see what other people do for this, but I have a feeling that for this unit, you're gonna just want big time health, effectiveness, and speed.
Öldriva.
I love this switch. He's like, oh no, I'm actually playing Call of Duty. Alrighty. What are the skill ups for this? Okay. Let's just do this now. Okay. Absolutely. And full on this. All right. Why would she need ER? She gives herself immunity. If someone's going before her, she gives herself immunity. I mean, maybe, but the thing is like you're having to waste too many units to deal with that, though. I'm a little pissed. I thought I had time left on the on Arena. Now I don't. And I think I missed a bunch of stuff. Like the imprint and whatnot. I didn't think it ended until like the 23rd or something.
What's this? You want a compliment? How childish of you. There. Good job.
Oh man. There's gonna be some down bad people with this character.
What's this? You want a compliment? How childish of you. There. Good job. What's this? You want a compliment? How childish of you. What's this? You want a
There's gonna be
compliment?
so many people
Childish of
talk
you.
down to me.
There. Good job.
Treat me like I'm dirt. Oh, there'll be some. I'm not quite sure how I want to build her yet, so I think I'll hold off for the moment. I'm pretty sure I want, if I went counter set, I would need effectiveness and just health. But I don't know if I can pull off enough speed with that set. I'll have to see. Where'd that piece go? I'm gonna have to go shopping for these. Because I want health on these. For this... I actually don't know. Oh, wait a minute. Go back to this. Speed, attack, critical hit chance. Ooh, look how bad this piece is. We can take it initially. Why did it have to dodge speed altogether? That sucks. I'll have to see if I can re-roll that. I can find something better for Ravi. This has been collecting dust here. 203, 18k health, 122 effectiveness. So, which is better, Shamadra's Staff or Celestine? Because she's already got healing built into her S1. I'll have to try them both out. Yeah, there's no way I'm keeping this one here. And I kind of want to reset this one and try it again. see if I even can.
On days like today, a glass of...
That's not here.
Aw, but this was my secret place. I take it you're here to take a load off things?
These right here, isn't it? Good. I'll take it. It didn't roll very high, but it at least rolled into better substats. I don't need to bother with the other stuff. Well, I would love to try this.
Strawberry
Man, was there?
shortcakes. Will I end up regretting it if I have 2 a day?
I don't know. I guess I'll have to look at stove later. If I try and do it through this, it'll take forever. Damn it. $7/17 Thursday. Damn it. Oh, I thought I had more time. Freaking hell. I was like here or something. Yeah, I was like around. Oh man, that sucks. Okay, it is what it is. Alright, time to do some Snowbreak so that tomorrow I can play some Donkey Kong. That's the goal. Yep. What's gone is gone. That's kind of my attitude towards a lot of it these days. Don't get too upset if you miss FOMO. No, not today. I don't have it yet, but it came out today. I'm gonna go get it later. But I'm gonna take care of Snowbreak story, so I'll be able to play it tomorrow. Apparently, it's like top tier, like the best platformer we've gotten in like 8 years or something. Crazy good. Let's see, Metacritic. Donkey Kong Bonanza has a 91 so far. Universal acclaim. Nah, it ain't 2D. Like the original Donkey Kongs. They were fun, man. I played all of them, all three of them. My favorite, though, was Donkey Kong 64. So much fun. Alright, we got main story. How long is it? Jeez. Endgame. Get all the stones. Progress 9. Progress 10, so there's 10 stories, I guess. Alright. Sea stretched out below us, a boundless canvas of blue. At first glance, it shimmered like a flawless sapphire, calm, inviting. But turned into wind, and it bared its true nature, fierce, unyielding. The more you fought it, the harder it fought back. Most gave up the moment they met that resistance, letting go of their dreams of taming the waves. This is gonna be an absurd. This is gonna be absurd, I bet. Too fast! But me, I'd always been the kind to aim straight for the eye of the storm. I mean, Adjutant, you're driving way too fast. We're on a tight clock. Just hang in there. If you feel seasick, just hold on to me. The wind stole her protest before they could fully take shape. I kept my focus on the helm, slicing through the waves. 10 hours earlier, back in Frontline Town, the operatives and I finalized our counter-operation for the crisis brewing in Phalosia. 12 hours of prep, then we'd head across the sea to Academica Acropolis to intercept Ida before her plan took root. Fridia and Ichel were already en route to investigate the tree. Katya and Tess stayed behind in the town to upgrade their exosuits under my orders. Once the pieces were in place, I commandeered a speedboat and set off with Vidya, cutting across the open sea at full throttle. I know the cross-sea bridge is out, but do we really have to go by boat? The info storms fried all comms, and aircraft don't fly well blind. We could try the land route, but it'd take too long. Right now, this is our best shot. Thing is, no one's used this boat channel since the bridge was built. That's why I brought you, to help scout the route while the others finish tuning their gear. Right, no arguing with that. You really do think of everything, Adjutant. Her words were steady, but a sheen of sweat along... I hate it when they do this. A sheen of sweat along her brow. Alright, good luck on that Lupa set. Hopefully it won't take too much since she's like a sub-DPS type of thing. The sheen of sweat along her brow told another story. For someone not used to the open waters, this ride might have felt more terrifying than facing down titans. Realizing I wasn't showing down, she wrapped her arms around me from behind, and with that, her voice finally began to steady. How much farther till we reach the main campus, Adjutant? This boat maxes out at 60 knots. We've been cruising close to an hour, so about 10 more minutes. If I'm right, Katya and Tess should be done with their upgrades by the time we're back. 10 minutes. Okay, I can survive 10 more minutes. She nestled in closer, resting her cheek against my back, maybe deciding it was better not to watch the waves anymore. Speaking of upgrades, their new exosuits are seriously wild. We caught a glimpse of them in the lab before setting out. About 90% complete at the time. That progress gave me enough confidence to leave town without worrying. Katya's looked like pure brute force, heavy assault all the way, total overkill. And Tess's, I honestly have no idea how they even managed to build something like that. I mean, the researchers at the Acropolis are basically magicians. They definitely pulled out all the stops this time. Both exosuits are developed from the Alpha Armor prototypes. Alpha Armor? Yeah, they're basically the predecessors of our current exosuits. Before the descent, Yggdrasil and the military, everyone was chasing the dream of the ultimate weapon, a fully integrated combat system that could turn any soldier into a one-man army. The designs they came up with, on paper, they looked great, absurdly powerful, but in practice, they fell apart. Most soldiers couldn't handle gear that intense. Failure rates were through the roof. And the cost was astronomical. It didn't take long for investors to pull the plug. Most units were scrapped, but a few were archived at the Acropolis, the Alpha Armor prototypes. Then the descent hit, and with Manifestation's unique physiology, the old concepts found new life, leading to the exosuits we use today. Whoa, I had no idea our gear came with that kind of history. You really do know everything about combat, Adjutant. Well, back when Yggdrasil was still chasing the dream of ultimate weapons, I gave them a few field-tested suggestions. Memories from my days in the security department came rushing back. As department head, I'd personally tested several of those Alpha Armor prototypes. In the end, I decided they were more trouble than they were worth. But aren't our exosuits supposed to be improved versions of these? Why go back to the old ones to upgrade Katya and Tess? That's what makes the Acropolis so special. Most prototypes failed because they just didn't work. But the ones made at the Acropolis, they worked too well. So, well, the researchers realized they were too dangerous for open deployment. That's why they sealed them away. Huh? It was something I'd only recently learned from Tao. They hid the real powerful ones in plain sight, mixed them in with the rejects to fool anyone watching. A sleight of hand to keep other factions from discovering what the Acropolis was truly capable of. So yes, you were right, those researchers really are magicians. That said, even they don't know exactly what in their vault caught Ida's eye. I eased back on the throttle. The boat glided to a gentle stop, rocking softly against atop the open sea. There it is. At last, the coastline emerged on the horizon. Perched high on the coastal ridge, the white spires of Academia Acropolis gleamed in the morning sun. Low buildings dotted the shoreline, while taller structures were carved right into the cliffs, like they'd always been part of the mountain. An ancient complex had stood for nearly 2,000 years. It didn't look like a school, more like a temple. Even from afar, it radiated a timeless, solemn majesty. If we weren't arriving under such dire circumstances, I might have taken a moment just to admire it. It's beautiful, Adjutant. Look, there are even seagulls over there. Now that the boat had steadied, Vidya finally let go. She stepped up beside me, eyes wide, swept away by the view. The breeze, the sunlight, the beach, the two lovers holding each other close. This is totally the perfect spot for a shoot. My head's bursting with movie ideas. Then let's come back for photos once the operation's done. Really? You mean it, Adjutant? You're the best. She started rambling about angles, lighting, and shot composition, all while giggling like she was lost in her own little world. I let out a quiet chuckle, my gaze drifting toward the distant Acropolis. There was something about it, something that tugged at the edge of my thoughts, the moment I really focused. From here, the whole site seemed to be wrapped in an invisible dome, one that pushed away anyone who dared get too close. Ida was willing to trade the tree for a chance to breach this place. Whatever she was after, we still had no idea. But one thing was certain, it had to be powerful, dangerous, and irresistibly alluring, just like the Acropolis itself. Having confirmed the sea route was safe, I eased the boat around and opened the throttle, heading back toward the frontline town. And naturally, Vidya picked up right where she left off, groaning dramatically the whole ride back. Finally. About 20 meters from the dock, I started to slow us down. Standing atop the floating jetty beyond the dock, two figures waved in our direction, one dressed in red, the other in blue. Back in the lab, I'd imagined how Katya and Tess would look in their new exosuits. Now I didn't have to imagine. They looked better than I ever expected. Striking, sharp, and completely in their element. Long time no see, Adjutant. The moment I stepped up the boat, Tess skipped over and threw herself into my arms. Her new exosuit kept her signature colors, per her request. Her hair had gotten a bit longer since we had left for Felocia, now tied up neatly, giving her a clean, refreshed look. It's only been 2 hours. Still, I smiled and held her close. 2 hours away from you is really long. Besides, I've got so much to show you. I've even rehearsed a few times while waiting. As she spoke, she reached into her sleeve and pulled out a tiny magician's wand. With a flick of her slender fingers, she sent it twirling through the air in a perfect arc and caught it clean with a little flourish. Ta-da! Eyes up here, please. While our attention was still on the wand, Tess flashed a mischievous grin, then with a flick of the other hand, conjured a golden apple into her palm. It wasn't her usual prop apple. This one was fully mechanical, clearly a new trick she cooked up while I was away. Opening act complete. Thank you. You've been a wonderful audience. She dipped into a theatrical bow, then pressed her palms together. Just like that, the wand and apple vanished as if they'd never been there. I looked at her beaming face. Was it just me, or did she seem a little taller? Maybe it was the exosuit. Staring, I'd zoned out for a second, and her eyes were already fixed on me, bright and expectant. I reached out, ruffling her hair. Not bad at all. Enough playing around. Before the moment could fully settle, Katya's cool voice drifted in. Normally competitive, she'd uncharacteristically let Tess take the spotlight, and I suspected that had more to do with the massive weapon in her hands than any newfound patience. Katya, usually one to favor speed and mobility, was gripping a heavy-duty Gatling gun that looked like it could tear a bunker in half. Eyes glued to the gun, huh? Don't tell me you find this hunk of metal more attractive than me. Seriously now, are you actually jealous of a weapon? Keep ignoring me and you'll find out. She passed me the gun, then leaned into my arms and with practiced ease. But I knew her too well. No matter how sharp her tongue, if that teasing spark was still in her eyes, she wasn't truly mad. Wondering why I went with the Gatling gun this time? Been wondering since I saw it in a lab, but you were busy running combat sims in the virtual realm. You said this would be a tough fight, right? No stealth runs this time, so yeah, I'm packing as much firepower as I can carry. Ooh, they've changed it. Okay. Katya Rapacy 0.5. Okay. Besides, I've been idle ever since New Hentiro. I mean, there are others who have been idle for longer. It's about time I cut loose, get in a real fight, one that's actually satisfying. Satisfying, huh? I chuckled softly, lifting her chin with a finger. Then I'll make sure you are satisfied. Ooh. Big words. Guess I'll raise my expectations then. And you know, this exosuit isn't just about brute force. Right. I'll never forget the look on the researchers' faces when you told them that it had to break space. Exactly. Anything less wouldn't suit me. She let out a low chuckle, then reclaimed the gun from my hands in one smooth motion. So, when do we head out? After we pick up the supplies and boom! I didn't even finish my sentence before an explosion tore through the air like a thunderclap. Watch out! Katya and Tess drew their weapons in a flash, instantly locking onto the source of the blast. Their exosuits flare up, pulsing with energy, the charge rippling into the air. Combined with that razor-sharp combat instinct, it made even my pulse skip a beat. That kind of reflex, it could have only come from real, relentless battle. They'd come a long way. No, hold your fire, girls. Vidya's voice snapped me back. I stepped between them, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Relax, it's not an enemy. Then what was that? Residual surges from the info storm. Equipment or vehicles going haywire. You guys have been holed up in the labs, so you haven't seen any, but there have been tons of explosions since yesterday. Katya closed her eyes for a moment, thoughtful, then she gave a small nod. Yes, I'm seeing those explosions. Even shut down equipment can still explode without warning. The researchers can't do much for now, just isolate any non-essential devices. The infostorm spread is wide. Lycang and nearby cities are all affected. The Scipio military district is already organizing evacuation. Lycang? A flicker of worry crossed her eyes, but she quickly pushed it down. Well, there's nothing I can do right now. She murmured it under her breath, but I knew what was on her mind. Katya? I already checked with the contacts in Lycang. Your parents are on the evacuation list. They should be on their way to the shelters as we speak. Aww. Her hand found mine before she even realized it. Eyes wide, caught off guard. Wait, why? I mean, how could you have known? Back in Eurus, you told me your parents lived in Lycang. Even with the comms down, it's not that far. There are still messengers running between here and there. While you were busy running exosuit sims, I asked one to check for me. Didn't take long. That entire district was marked for evacuation. Before I could finish, Katya wrapped her arms around me in a fierce embrace. Her breath brushed hot against my neck. After a few unsteady exhales, the tightness in her frame began to ease. Thank you. I heard her whisper it through the slight tremble in her shoulders. There's no need for words like that between us. I leaned in and whispered the rest by her ear. Besides, I'm still waiting for you to take me home and introduce me to your parents. Yeah. Even without seeing her face, I could feel the heat rising in her cheeks. For Katya, quiet care Quiet care, remembering the things that mattered to her, meant more than 1,000 sweet lines. 9 a.m. Philosia local time, frontline town. With ammo and supplies loaded, we boarded the speedboat once more, bound for the Acropolis. Everyone set? Locked and loaded. Yep, let's hit it. Maybe we can go just a little slower this time. Since we're all good, we're moving out. The adjutant totally ignored me, but why does that kind of make my heart race? Oh man. She's the masochist. I reached over and gave Vidya's cheek a playful pinch. If you get seasick again, just hold on to me like last time. Yay, you're the best. Before she could spiral too deep into daydreams, I hit the throttle. Gulp, gulp. Cool, refreshing spring water slid down her throat, crisp and clean. Even a simple act like that helped ease the fatigue clinging to her bones. Water, the most basic promise of life, had never felt so tangible. There it was again. She no longer had the energy to argue with the other Edda, but the voice in her head refused to quiet down. From the moment she left the shore, through sneaking into the Acropolis, to finally stumbling onto this forgotten fountain, that voice had followed her, full of snarky comments and theatrical sighs. She couldn't silence it completely, but she'd at least managed to sever the link between it and the adjutant. No one wants to live as a walking surveillance drone. But even that small act of resistance came at a price. It drained her, left her as fragile as any ordinary human. You know, since we're both just cast off fragments of the host, haven't you ever thought about doing something you actually want? She didn't respond. The voice just kept rambling. Ever think about what comes after you finish the mission the host gave you? Once it's done, you have no purpose left. No reason to exist. Who's going to help you then? No one's helping me now. Hello, I'd help you, of course. We're not like the host. We're human. And you know what humans are best at? Betrayal. Right when it counts. You get it, don't you? If we join forces, not even she could stop us. Smooth words. Did you pick those up from your time nesting in the adjutant's mind? She let out a cold sneer. Bit by bit, she'd grown used to expressing herself through facial cues and body language. Save it. I'm not joining forces with you. Not now. Not ever. Trapped. What? Why? Why? Because when Ada is already one too many in this world. I don't trust you. I don't trust her. This world doesn't need more of us. It barely survives the one it has. You get it, don't you? Only one of us can live. With that, she brushed the last drop of spring water. With that, she brushed the last drop of spring water from the corner of her lips, then turned and walked toward the heart of the campus, never once looking back. Behind her, Eda's projection hovered in the air, shaking her head with a faint sigh. Of course I get it. Okay. Now the new, let me see. They just did an update to the tier list. Hang on a sec. Okay. Okay, interesting changes to the tier list. Alright, let's get going. The moment I set foot on solid ground again, a pang of wistfulness tugged at me. There was something exhilarating about about sailing open waters. Nothing to hold me back, nothing in the way, just the wind at my back and a clear path ahead. What's wrong? Nothing, just stirred up some old memories. Old memories, back when you were chief of the security department? We only met a few times back then, but I still remember your eyes. Sharp, focused, too sharp for someone your age. Even battle-hardened soldiers couldn't hold your stare. What about now? Now, I like that you've learned to keep the edges sheathed, only drawing it when it's time to strike. She let out a soft giggle, like a spoiled cat soaking up her owner's attention. That's what makes you so charming, my darling. When I first met the adjutant, he was already gentle and sweet. At the Valkyrie games, he saved those poor kids and stayed to comfort the crying ones. Oh, just thinking about it makes me melt. Hehe, I'm losing it. Tess, you met the adjutant back in high school, right? What was he like then? To everyone's surprise, Tess shook her head. Sorry, can't tell you. Huh? Why not? That memory is just between me and teacher. No sharing with you two. What? Tess, that's totally unfair. Crafty little twerp. Alright, eyes front. Sensing the tension rising, I raised a hand and motioned them to look ahead. The main gate's just a few meters ahead, eyes sharp from here on out. No one opens fire until we've confirmed Ida's location. She's after something inside that campus. Our best move is to find it first and secure it. Yes, sir. I gave a nod and ran a final check on our weapons. Then let's move. Just then, I heard footsteps coming from the shore. On the seaside path leading up to campus, a girl in an Acropolis uniform came skipping into view. Hi there, it's been ages since we had visitors. Even under our wary stares, she didn't flinch. Her face lit up, just like she'd just run into old friends. She jogged over, stopped right in front of us, and gave it a neat formal bow. Welcome, guests. Are you here for the celebration? Huh? What did she just say? A celebration? Uh-huh. The Acropolis holds a grand festival every 5 years. If you didn't know, lucky you. You're just in time. Please, come on in. The campus is open to everyone during the festivities. You're more than welcome to join the fun. With that, she cheerfully latched onto my arm, eager to pull us along. Wait a second. The recent tree anomaly triggered evacuations all across Velocia. You seriously weren't informed? Oh, of course we were. She flashed a bright, confident smile. That's exactly what makes this one the best celebration ever. What? Vidya meant to press further, but I gave her a subtle shake of the head. Miss, would you mind showing us the way? Sure thing. Right this way, please. Strange. Fresh baked honey nut cookies straight from the oven. Excuse me, coming through. I'm gonna miss sign-ups. Jotunheim Arena Grand Final starting soon. Last chance to place your bets, folks. We braced ourselves mentally, but the sight before us still made our eyes widen. Balloons and streamers were strung across buildings and ornamental greenery, bright banners flapping in the breeze, each one marked with the department's crest. Easily over 100 students milled about, some calling out from booths, others gathered in clusters to watch matches. And all around them, dozens of robots zipped through the walkways, handling deliveries, setting up decorations. Those flashy displays at the entrance were likely their handiwork. Aside from the weird terminology, this actually feels like a regular school festival, just like the ones I went to in high school. Well, I guess even the high and mighty Acropolis is still just a school full of kids at the end of the day. Excuse me, miss, what is the Jotunheim Arena? Oh, you're interested? Nice taste. It's the highlight of this year's celebration. They say it's modeled after the Valkyrie games, but... She slipped through the crowd with ease, clearing a path for us. The next match is starting. Why not see it for yourselves? I've got a really bad feeling about this. We followed our little guide to the front row. A circular pit stretched out before us, sealed under a transparent dome. The crowd roared with excitement, eyes locked on the battle inside. Rawr. The two Hela-class Titans were locked in a brutal combat at the center of the arena. Or at least they looked like Titans, but they stood only about 10 feet tall. Size aside, everything else, the way they moved, attacked, responded, was just like the Hela units we'd fought. Perfect miniatures. Come on, Shadowhead, hit back with your killer move. The students near us were cheering wildly for the one with its head dyed black. It had just taken a brutal hit and was staggering. Roar! It was like it truly heard them. For a moment, a strange light pulsed across the stark shell. Then, in a flash, extra limbs burst from its body. Its frame swelled, growing almost twice in size. Hooah, it evolved. Shadowhead's gone full Rage Horn form. With its evolution, the momentum flipped. Energy beams shot out from its limbs, slamming the other Titan into the dirt. Across the field, a wave of groans rose. Clearly, they knew the match was over. So, what did you think? Did you enjoy the show? Using Titans for entertainment? I'd say you're playing with fire. Oh, no need to worry. These Titans are a special breed developed by the professors at Titan Sciences. They're practically harmless. That's not exactly nearly as reassuring as you think. Actually, there have only been 3 Titan escape incidents out of 24 matches. That's an 87.5 success rate. She held up 3 fingers proudly. I felt a headache tightening behind my temples, the same feeling I had when I first met Lizzie. Now that I thought about it, the Acropolis seems to be full of kooky characters like her. Compared to this crazy bunch, Frida and Moxier, who also graduated from here, seemed exceptionally normal and sweet. Still, if you're looking for something a little less intense, there's another event just up ahead. Still pointed toward the quieter looking area off to our left. She pointed to a quieter looking area off to our left. There will be another student guide there to assist you. If nothing else, goodbye then. Thanks, we appreciate it. As the girl bounced off into the crowd, I turned to the manifestations. Since we're already here, might as well make the most of it. Let's go. From a distance, we spotted a statue standing at the center of the event venue, easily 16 feet tall. Its body was beast-like, but the head bore a strikingly human shape. Clusters of students stood beneath it, deep in discussion. Welcome. Are you guests here for the celebration? Just like the last student guide said, another one greeted us before we even got close. That's right. Can you tell us what this place is all about? Excellent choice here. This is the most revered event in the entire celebration. Funny, we heard the same thing at the last venue. Anyway, see the statue behind me? That's the famed goddess of wisdom. If you can answer a riddle, you'll earn the laurel of wisdom, and with it, a chance to join this year's Sacred Flame ceremony. It marks the grand finale of the celebration. Legend says that once the flame is lit by the chosen ones, the path to the ultimate gates shall be revealed. You can earn 2 special crowns during the celebration, the Laurel of Wisdom and the Laurel of Courage. Those who receive them are given the honor of lighting the sacred flame. As she explained, she stepped forward and positioned herself before the statue. With a deep grinding noise, the massive figure slowly opened its mouth. A low, resonant voice echoed from within. I'm everywhere, yet the moment you name me, I cease to be. Tell me, what am I? Oh, shit. I can't think of it. That's the riddle? Yes, so far no one's managed to solve it. If you believe you have the answer, simply step forward and speak. Are you a criminal? Shooting is always not the same thing as vanishing, I think. Though suddenly disappearing into thin air kind of sounds like Miss Katya. I don't just vanish, I appear. Anytime someone gets a little too close to my target. Jeez, this woman is terrifying. Watching the manifestations dive into their little guessing game, I let out a quiet chuckle and shook my head. Not a fan of riddles, sir? It's not that. I'm just more curious about what you cause... well, what you called the ultimate gates. I'm afraid I don't know much. Only those who earn a laurel and take part in the ceremony are allowed to learn its secrets.
我が名を答えよ。
Ah, silence.
よろしい。
Okay, okay. How did you? But you didn't even say anything. I gave an answer, just not in words. The goddess's name is silence. Speak aloud and it vanishes. So the correct answer is to say nothing at all. I took the crown and offered the student a small polite smile. Now then, would you kindly tell me where I might earn the laurel of courage, miss? No wonder the adjutant always ends up with new girls swooning over him after each mission. Now then, would you kindly tell me where I might earn the laurel of courage, miss? Ugh, that was dangerously charming. That girl's blushing like a tomato, and honestly, I almost squealed too. Hey look, that over there, is that a magic show? I wonder if the Acropolis students know any tricks I haven't seen before. Like say, the magic of finding the ripest ear of wheat in an endless field. That's not a magic trick test, that's straight up sorcery. My bet the Laurel Courage challenge is something wild like bungee jumping. With the way things go around here, I wouldn't be surprised if it were a haunted house. For a brief moment, it really did feel like we were just guests at a festival. A martial arts tournament? Yep, that's the Laurel Courage challenge. As we reached the venue, the first thing that hit us was a massive arena. Placed it right in the center. Oh boy. One-on-one matches, knock your opponent down and you win. Well, that's about as straightforward as it gets. Because courage is straightforward. Why'd you suddenly get so fired up? With the manifestation's physical prowess, sweeping the tournament was easier than taking candy from kids. Let's all join in. It'll speed up the prelims. Sounds good to me. The poor Acropolis students didn't stand a chance. Most of them were on the floor before they even knew what happened. At this point, the laurel of courage was practically in the bag. I'm out. Let Miss Katya take it. After the last round of prelims, Tess waved a hand and stepped off the stage, making her way toward me. You're dropping out? Boo, that's no fun. Fighting's never really been my kind of fun. Then let's make it fun. Tess stops mid-step. What do you mean? Winner gets a full day alone with Neporka. Loser, she's on bodyguard duty, keeping the other girls away. Oh! Miss Katya, are you sure you want to bet on this? If that's the prize, then count me in. Just as Vidya raised her hand in excitement, I gently pulled her back. Aw, adjutant, that's mean. She pouted and sulked behind me, while Katya and Tess were already locked in, eyes sharp, attention rising. As long as I get to stay and observe, I've got no objections to this argument. That's settled. Let's do this. Contestants, please keep things friendly. A few minutes later, a student refugee referee escorted us to the arena and quickly stepped aside. The combat barrier rose around the stage, enclosing the space. No weapons, no exosuits, all stay in beast form, no fragmentation, and you keep your magic gear out of it. Deal? Deal. First one to hit the ground loses. The prize is the adjutant, so I won't be going easy. Good, neither will I. Yikes, these two are scary. Only now did Video finally understand why I didn't want her inside the ring. Adjutant, maybe we'd stop them before this gets out of hand. Relax, I can step in any time from here. Roger that, Adjutant. With the exaggerated clench of her fists, Vidya turned her full attention to the match. Both contestants are warmed up and in stance. Who's going to make the first move? That delivery stirred by familiar memory. Right? Vidya used to be a commentator for the Valkyrie games. Okay. I'll be back, guys. I gotta go to the restroom. I'll be back. Let's get back to it. Alright, sorry guys, I'm back. Oh, Miss Katya's making her move. She closed the distance in a flash. Using her forward momentum, she stepped in with a stiff, snapping straight punch. But Miss Tess meets it head-on with a counterpunch. Just as she said, Tess didn't dodge. She met the blow straight on with a tight hook. Bam! The moment their fists collided, a shockwave burst from the impact. The rush of compressed air slammed outward, forcing Vidya to raise an arm to shield her face. What an explosive exchange, and yet neither fighter flinches, not even a twitch. But it only looked like a stalemate. In terms of raw strength, Tess shouldn't be able to go toe-to-toe with Katya. This wasn't her usual style. Tess would normally slip the blow, not take it full on. Okay. They separate. And Katya is already following up. This time, the distance was tighter. Katya stepped in, driving the force from her shoulder into an crisp, arcing swing. At this range, a swing like that could carry some serious stopping power, but it left her wide open. She knew it. This was about landing a clean hit. She was probing Tess, testing why she took the first punch. Bam! Once again, Tess didn't evade. She met the strike head-on. Even I winced. That kind of trade would only wear her down. For a split second, I caught it. A flicker of pain across her face. But Katya didn't let up. She snapped back. She snapped her fist back and launched a rapid-fire barrage. Fast, ruthless, and point-blank. Ooh, Katya's fists are a blur. It's like her punches are leaving after images. Her relentless hooks were overpowering, no question about it. If Tess kept taking them head-on, she'd be floored in seconds. But Tess knew that too. This time, she finally shifted gear. She angled her body, caught one punch with an open palm, and slipped out, leaving Katya swinging at empty air. Impressive. Were you taking those hits just to rile me up? Just testing my training. The brief pause gave them both a chance to reset, just enough time to catch their breaths. Then let's see how you handle this. She didn't wait for the words to finish, leaving her lips. Katya lunged, spinning on her heel into a vicious roundhouse kick. Ugh. Tess reacted fast, but not fast enough. The kick landed flush, but she didn't crumple. Using her footwork, she rolled with the blow, letting the force bleed off through a quick retreat. After half a step back, she caught her balance, still standing. So it's true, she's not great with her legs. After just a few exchanges, Katya had locked onto Tess's weak point. If I keep my distance and rely on kicks, she'll have a hard time countering clean. While Katya adjusted her plan, Tess had gone utterly still. Her gaze was fixed, sharp, unwavering, reading Katya's every movement with surgical focus. That kind of intensity was rare from her. This wasn't the bubbly magician dancing circles around her foes. This was Tess, stripped of showmanship, sharpening her edge. She was starting to take it seriously. Even Vidya, who had been breathlessly narrating every blow, had gone silent. She could feel the shift too, and if she didn't trust me to intervene at the moment's notice, I'm sure she would have called the match right off then and there. Then, almost like mirror images, both fighters moved. Katya snapped into another whip clip, only now it was faster, harder. I could hear it slice through the air like a blade. But Tess, no one understood her tactics. She didn't dodge, she didn't block, she just charged in, straight into the path of the kick, as if she... Bam! Katya's heel slammed into Tess's arm, but she didn't even flinch. Only then did Katya realize Tess hadn't come to defend, she'd come to strike. Bam! Caught off balance on one leg, Katya staggered back, forced to retreat. Tess didn't walk away unscathed either. She'd landed a counter jab, yes, but the pain from Katya's kick had shot up her arm, draining any strength she had left for follow-up, which left a clear opening, but could Katya recover quickly enough to capitalize? No way, she's not really gonna. Katya looked like she was about to fall flat on her back, but at the last moment, she abruptly twisted her torso mid-fall, letting her flank face the ground. Her hand slipped to the floor for support as she arched her back, pushed off, flipping upright in one seamless arc. Then, like a wounded beast, she threw a punch, wild, desperate, reflexive. But the instant her fist flew, she knew she'd made a mistake. Tess was wide open, one arm still limp from Katya's earlier kick, the other just spent on that counter-strike. She couldn't guard in time. And this punch, it was a real one, meant for her face. Too much force for sparring. Sure, they'd agreed not to hold back, but this was crossing the line. This isn't some blood feud. We're teammates, and with what's coming, hurting her now would be reckless. More than that, Neptorka cares about her, just like he does about me. I can't let that hit land. Right then, Katya made her choice. She could enter her fragmented state now to halt the punch. She'd have to forfeit the match, lose the prize, let Tess win. But at this point, there was no other choice. But just then, Katya's footing slipped. She hadn't noticed Tess crouched low beneath her. One hand braced against the floor, Tess swept her leg out in a flawless arc. And at the very end of the arc was Katya's ankle. The most vulnerable point in her stance, left exposed in the instant she'd thrown all her weight behind the punch. Just as her balance gave way, her body flickered and vanished into her fragmented form midair. When Katya reappeared a few feet away, the look on her face was stunned. You were faking it? Playing like you couldn't kick? Tess didn't even get a chance to reply. Katya just gave a wry shake of her head. Well, doesn't matter now. You win. Thank you. Tess flashed that carefree smile of hers like the fight had never even happened. You weren't wrong, Katya. I really am awful with kicks. That sweep just now, it's the only one I've got. She laced her hands behind her back and turned toward me. Because that's the only kick Neptorka ever taught me. I see. So in the end, it was Neptorka who beat me. The thought softened the last trace of frustration in Katya's eyes. I guess I can live with that. Are you two finished with your match? Who's the final winner? As Katya and Tess stepped out of the ring, the student acting as referee promptly presented the laurel crumb. It looked much like the laurel of wisdom. I took it and gently placed it on Tess's head. She looked up at me, eyes shimmering with quiet affection. Adjutant, I really did it, huh? That was great, Tess. From your cautious read at the start to the clean finish at the end, you moved like a true warrior. I brushed aside the loose strand of hair that had fallen across her face and gave her soft cheek a gentle rub. Teacher, am I a good student? She looked up at me, voice soft, but filled with unmistakable sincerity. You've always been. Her eyes crinkled into little crescents. The next second, like a sudden breeze, she rose onto her toes and kissed me lightly on the cheek. Citrus lip balm, new today. I'm so happy. Her smile bloomed, cheeks flushed the color of those little red apples she always tucked in her pocket. Oh, I just saw some candied apples over there. You have to try one, Adjutant. Miss Vidya, come help me pick the best one. She giggled, shoved the laurel crown into my arms, and darted off without waiting for a reply. Huh? Why am I... Wait, hey. Clearly hoping to copy what Tess had done, Vidya had instead swept away... Yeah. Clearly hoping to copy what Tess had done, Vidya was instead swept away by her before she could make a move, and just like that, I was left alone with Katya, who hadn't said a word since the match ended. I had a feeling Tess set this up on purpose, just to give me a reason to check in on Katya. Her emotional radar, it's scary accurate sometimes. I looked over at Katya and flicked her on the forehead before she could react. Hey! She scowled and reached for my hand, but I'd already pulled it back. Zoning out? That's not like you. So you want me to act like nothing happened? Flash a stupid grin and run off buying snacks like those two? That's not me either. Even when she zones out, she's still taking in everything around her. I was just thinking, if this had been real comment, would I have lost because I underestimated my opponent? Nope, you wouldn't have. Oh, you're that sure? You didn't lose because you underestimated her. You never saw Tess as a real opponent. You came off as the aggressive one, sure, but Tess, she's a master at executing without letting emotion in. Honestly, it's like second nature to her. So this wasn't about weakened technique or bad tactics, it was about mindset. You're right, in that sense she earned it, fair and square. Alright, chin up now. To make it up to you, I'll let you flick me back. Oh, then don't expect me to go easy on you when I do. With a mischievous grin, she reached for my forehead, only for me to catch her mid-swing and slip something onto her finger. Oh, that was cute. She looked down, surprised to see a tiny flower ring woven from blades of grass now resting on her ring finger. Whipped it up in a hurry, but I think it turned out pretty nice, no? You? When did you even? Well, you two were duking it out. Pick the grass from a planter nearby. Crown for the champion, ring for the runner-up. No losers here. Our eyes met, and in hers, a clear, glistening light quietly shimmered. Heh. You're a sneaky one. Her hands closed around mine firmly. I was trying to keep it classy, you know, but with you, that's just not possible. Look at me, smiling like some starry-eyed, easily impressed schoolgirl. It's embarrassing. I wouldn't say that. Winning you over took real effort. How about we treat this as a dress rehearsal for our covenant ceremony? You always play the innocent once you've gotten your way. So typical. With a half-hearted pout and a teasing glance, Katya leaned into my arms. After Tess and Vidya returned, we were quickly surrounded by students and ushered toward the so-called Sacred Flame ceremony. The ceremony took place on a temporary stage set up in front of the campus gates. A grand altar stood at its center, built specifically for lighting the ceremonial torch. Wearing our laurel crowns, Tess and I walked up the steps hand in hand and lit the torch together. Rumbling noise. As the flame roared to life, a wave of cheers erupted from the students, but beneath all the celebration, I felt a faint tremor resonating from afar. Could it be the ultimate gates? With that suspicion in mind, I stepped down from the stage and scanned the crowd for the student guide I'd spoken with earlier. Now that the ceremony's over, where can I find the ultimate gates? What? She just stared at me, confused. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Her eyes were clear, sincere, as if our earlier conversation had never happened at all. There was no doubt about it anymore. These students had been caught in the info storm, even brainwashed. As we left the celebration behind, a smile faded from my face. So it's true, Etta embedded the importance of the celebration in their minds just enough to keep them on campus, but not a single one actually knows what they're supposed to do. If we want answers, we can't count on them. Okay. Katya, it's time. Use Rhapsody's ability. Of course, our time at the celebration wasn't just for fun. Katya's exosuit had been recording everything from the moment we arrived, and Rhapsody's unique ability let her restructure the past from that data. Damn, cool. In other words, with Katya's help, we could see what really happened during the last celebration. I'm going to use my ability. I'll have to take off the ring Torka made just for me. Wearing the triumphant smile, Katya theatrically raised her hand and slowly slipped off the little grass ring, then tucked it carefully into the pocket closest to her heart. At the same time, I felt two very intense stares drilling into me from opposite sides. While Katya focused on channeling her ability, I had to busy myself weaving two more grass rings, one for Tess and one for Vidya. A few minutes later, Katya opened her eyes under all our expectant gazes. It works. Good. Let's not waste any time then. We move now to the past. Okay. This is gonna be strange. What's experience mode? Oh. Interesting. I didn't know that existed. Okay. Oh, they haven't put the other tests in the game yet. Okay. I'm still trying to get this test.
弾をばらまくのって気持ちよくてなかなかやめられないわ。
前回の学院祭も快晴だったんですね。
お見舞いしてやるわ。
海風、日差し、それから弾丸。
気をつけて。冷めてるって傷を負うことはないけど、痛みは本物と変わらないわ。なの？さっさと終わらせましょう。
That's a nice touch.
休憩？冗談。
She reloads way too fast though. Okay. Not quite sure how I did it that time, but
カーシアさん、なんであなたが作り出した仮想の学院祭に敵がいるんですか？
まとめてそうね。エラーの具現化だと考えてちょうだい。
橋が壊れてるのも何かエラーが起きたからなの？
this is way cool, but I what's the drawback behind it? I feel like there's zero drawback. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. Stand here. Okay. I don't understand it. Whoa! Is that a shield? Oh, that's legit.
名探偵たるもの。見落としは禁物です。
Dude, I absolutely love the flying aspect.
彼女たちの会話を聞いてみましょう。中心がまだ冷めてるっていうの。
今回の学院祭のスイーツ、美味しかったな。早急に食堂のメニュー追加を提案しなくちゃ。
I don't understand. Like, why can I fly sometimes and then sometimes I can't? So that must be a shield. Oh, maybe it's because you have to be at max. Hang on, let's see. I'm slowly regenerating my energy. Let's see what happens when I reach max. What was that? Okay, maxed out. No? It's not her dodge either. Oh! Her dodge produces charge. I see. Okay.
今回の学院祭にユグドラシルの偉い人が来たって話みたいよ。ユグドラシル？今回は何を企んでいるのかしら。さあね。もう学院の中に入ってるらしいわ。重心がまだ攻めてるっていうの。銃口の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようにキスして戦いが終わって。
This is such a freaking cool.
臨時収入ね。ねえ、夜になったら一杯つき。
It's such a cool outfit. Exosuit.
扉また閉じちゃった。ひょっとして新入生？ここはそちらにある装置で開けられますよ。なるほど。ありがとうございます先輩。
この指の器用さ、あなたが一番わかってるでしょ。
Okay. I see you.
戦いが終わったら。
I think I get it now. Hang on. You have to balance. I see. You have to balance. Oh, okay. There we go. You have to balance between dodging and sprinting to gain basically unlimited sprint. Alright, what am I looking for? That right? Okay. It's a little clunky though.
銃口の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようね。
I feel like this character is gonna be
2000年前の製造を復元したものだって外の教授たちが言ってたわ。
それじゃあアクロポリス学院が創設されてから今までここの人たちはずっと同じ星空を見てきたんだね。
I get the feeling that Starshine is going to be like the absolute best support for her to have.
さて、真相は
I should be doing singles. See if I get her. I'm not far off. Wait, do I have any of these? Okay, I have one here. Alright. I'm close.
I want to remember you.
You're important to me.
Okay. I think that gave me enough for another one.
観測は慎重に。
Yeah.
決断は大胆に。
Just enough. Alright, there we go. I knew I was close.
あなた。さあ。
Okay.
踊り狂いましょう。
Kind of a strange opening, but it's good. I think this kit is fun. Probably my favorite Katya kit. And Katya was like the character that got me back into the game. Man, I really do want to kind of pull for her weapon. Do I have any? Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, let's just keep trying to go for it. Nope. Okay. I'll probably keep trying for it. But if we get like a new serious suit after this one, I'm gonna be upset. I'll be upset. I think I wasted 10 pulls here on accident. That sucks. I didn't mean to. Well, we'll see if I manage to get it in time. Meanwhile, the new character. All the way up to 80 in one go. I think they're trying a little too hard on these poses. They're pretty bad. Like, come on, man. Oh, nice. Okay. That actually is kind of nice. I don't know if I'm gonna have the resources for this. Looks like almost ran out. Okay. So the focus will be on logistics. That's what I should focus on in terms of that's what I should focus on the shop here. Crit ray, energy. Oh, hang on. Builds for each Snowbreak character. Attack and alignment index. Okay. Jeez, come on. Okay. We got attack. It's not the greatest though. It's a start. Ideally, we want max attack or alignment index. That way we can reset the others until we get what we need. Nope. Nope. That's low alignment index. That stinks. It sucks. I need better stuff than this. But this will at least get us started. Attack 8.5. 8.5 is a lot better than the others. So we at least got one of each. Alright. Let's get back to the story. Under Katya's power, the world around us shifted. We were standing inside the Acropolis, but the scene before us transformed completely. This was a celebration from 5 years ago. Compared to today, it was on a whole different scale. Not just students, but faculty members had joined in. Beyond the main gates, the campus was buzzing with energy. We moved through the crowd, every voice and laugh ringing clear, but to them we weren't even there. To uncover the truth, we have to split up and listen in. The three girls nodded at me and then scattered in different directions. Tess first. Tess chose the banquet area near the main stage. While several members of the Acropolis leadership were gathered in the center, exchanging toasts, she stayed on the outskirts, watching two guests standing apart from the crowd. Oh, Archives Director. I didn't expect to see you here, ma'am. The woman appeared to be blind. Unlike most in this era, she wore no optical aids. The Acropolis Council decided to close the archives to the public this year, rather last minute. Really? Did something happen? Nothing alarming, we're just doing a bit of upkeep. Expanding the collection, recataloguing, and implementing some security upgrades. Since I'm not much help with any of that, I figured I'd take a little breather. I see. Makes sense. You've been managing the archives non-stop. About time you got some rest. Those ancient paper texts must be exhausting to maintain. Still, with the archives closed, where will the celebration be held this year? There are alternative venues that might do. The conversation drifted on for a while. The archives, the celebration. Sounds like important intel. And that archives director, she gives off some serious, mysterious vibes. Let's note it down and move on. Let's do Katya next. Ugh, these celebrations are always such a drag. Man, I wish the professor looked like that at my school. And they don't let us take time off. I've got a mountain of stuff waiting at home. What a life. By the gate, a tired-looking professor slouched against the wall. Anything suspicious about her? Well, in a crowd that's buzzing with excitement, looking completely over it is already pretty suspicious. But so far, she just looks like she's dodging work. She looked about ready to nod off until her terminal buzzed sharply. She let out a sigh that sounded like it came from the bottom of her soul. It answered a call. Still at campus? No, I didn't sneak off. What? Install a new gene lock now? Underground. Got it. I'm on my way. That's fine. Not like I was enjoying myself here anyway. She ended the call and slipped away, heading deeper into the campus. Sorry, I can only reconstruct what happened at the celebration. I can't track where she went after that. What's your call, Torka? Think this lead's worth chasing? Too soon to tell. Flag it for now. Let's gather more info elsewhere. Whoa. What's wrong? Adjutant, over there. Unless I'm seeing things, that's... I followed her gaze and spotted a familiar face in the crowd almost instantly. Acropolis senior official. It's an honor to have an Yggdrasil director gracing our humble celebration. Yeah, what's her name? Is this Omega? I can't remember. Pi. You flatter me. The Acropolis and Yggdrasil have long been close collaborators. The honor is mine. I hadn't expected to see her here. Still carrying yourself with that same grace and confidence, Director Pi. Even knowing it was just a projection from the past, I felt quite heaviness. I felt a quiet heaviness stir inside me. That woman now rests beneath the cemetery grounds of New Hentiro. According to the schedule, once the student festivities begin, we'll escort you to the underground facility and show you around. Until then, we ask for your patience. Oh, so the archives don't open until after the celebration? That's right, a tradition set by the former headmaster. It's been that way for years. Traditions are rigid. People, on the other hand, can adapt. Wouldn't you agree? Well, yes, but the truth is, we don't have the authority to override it. The archives gate is outfitted with Yggdrasil's security device. It only responds to the emotional resonance generated during the celebration. Okay. Oh, maybe that explains the gate that we're supposed to go through. How troublesome. Whose genius idea was that? That would be Director Tao's proposal. Anyway, about to the celebration. So Pai was here for the celebration too, and she was scheduled to visit the archives. There's a clear link between the celebration and the archives. Mark it down. By then, we'd gathered enough intel. Inside one of the Acropolis's lecture halls, Katya deactivated Rhapsody Exosuit's power. The air rippled, and just like waking from a dream, we were back in the present. The secrets buried within the Acropolis turned out to be bigger than I expected. Lucky we had you, Katya. Without your power, we'd have been groping in the dark. With the clues we'd gathered, the shape of Ida's plan and the true purpose behind the celebration began to come into view. First question, what is this celebration really about? The archives. From the conversation between Pi and one of the Acropolis' senior officials, the archives only open once the celebration has generated enough emotional resonance. What a bizarre thing. But none of the students seem to know that. My theory is they only stayed because Ida's info storm programmed them to. And it's clear, Ida's true goal was to use the celebration to unlock the archives. Another question, why did Ida go through all the trouble of creating a human form just to get into the archives? The gene lock. One of the advisors mentioned installing a gene lock system underground, something only humans can access. Even if Ida can control the titans and machines, she wouldn't be able to open the archive's gates, so she found a workaround by becoming human. Which means the one thing Ida sent its human form in to get is books. Really? Specifically paper books. We'd always assumed Ida was omniscient, but at her core, she's still an AI, tethered to the digital realm. Physical paper books would be a blind spot in her data feed. I get it now. So it makes sense that the Acropolis's archives, the vault of human knowledge, held something it desperately needed. That was the heart of Ida's plan. Her human form was meant to overpower Vidya and me right after that brutal fight, when we were most vulnerable. But then I did the unexpected. I unleashed Ida's digital form, a move that nearly destabilized its human form from within. In desperation, Eda detonated the tree, forcing its plan forward. Okay. That's a little reminder of what happened last time, because I had forgotten that. At last, we're on even ground with Ida. One more thing was now certain. Something critical had happened during the last celebration. Binding the celebration with access to the archives, the gene-locked access, they're all pointed to one goal. Making sure only humans could enter the Acropolis archives. We may never know exactly who or what the Acropolis leadership was trying to guard against, but whatever it was, this elaborate setup clearly gave Ida a run for her money. But the problem is, we still don't know where the archives are located, which means we can't track her human form either. True, but we can narrow it down. When we first arrived, the celebration hadn't even started. Ida's human form must have been lying low nearby, waiting for the main event, the torch lighting. That ceremony marked the moment the gate to the archives opened. She wouldn't have left until she confirmed that happened. You mean she's been around us the entire time? Exactly. If the archives are close, then she must... From the corner of my eye, a flash of white darted past. In the building across from us, a ghostly figure flickered. There was no mistaking it. No hesitation, I drew my gun and pulled the trigger on reflex. Katya! She was already moving the second I called her name. In the blink, she fragmented, vanishing into a streak of blue light. Huff, huff. She's learning that the human form sucks. Inside the Acropolis's advanced department, building number 2, Ida's human form was racing up the stairwell. 97, 98, 99. Next to her, Ida's digital form hovered with bored detachment, counting off each step. That's the 3rd building you've climbed. What exactly are you hoping to find? Why would I tell you? On the next landing, she stumbled, her legs giving out. She leaned forward, hands on her thighs, grasping for breath. Good luck. Seems like you've got 5 more floors to go. The human form glared venomously at the smug hologram beside her. It was all its fault. If it hadn't hijacked her body and disrupted her link to the host, she wouldn't have ended up doing all this legwork. Just you wait. I'll wipe that smug grin right off your... Her growl cut short. She froze mid-word because she noticed an approaching figure. Pow! The floor-to-ceiling window shattered in a single blast. Shards of glass rained down like silver knives, catching the sunlight, scattering it to 1,000 brilliant splinters. Beautiful, surreal, almost dreamlike. To the human form, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Her legs would move, frozen as if her body had turned to stone. All she could do was stare, eyes wide, as the figure who'd shattered the glass closed the distance. The intruder's smile curled with disdain, like some divine executioner descending in a blaze of light. Terror surged through her like a flood. Her mind screamed for escape, but her body refused to obey. Pow! Another crash rang out, and she realized she was still alive. Out of nowhere, a glowing shield burst to life between her and Katya. It broke apart in the blink of an eye, but it had done its job. It slowed Katya down, if only for a heartbeat. She didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief before a searing pain tore through her arm. A bullet had torn through her bicep and buried itself in the wall behind her. But it was that pain that finally snapped her back to reality. She lunged sideways, a desperate dive to the right, just barely evading Katya's next blow. She crashed down and rolled across the floor in a clumsy tumble, scraped breathless. But at least for now, her life was no longer in immediate danger. Katya raised her weapon once more. Gritting her teeth, Etta threw up her hand and snapped her fingers with a defiant snarl. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. At her signal, campus security drones kicked into motion, a swarm of mechanical sentinels closing in fast on her location. You really think this pile of tin cans can stop me? Katya sneers and opened fire. A storm of bullets tore through the first wave. Sparks flew. Metal bodies collapsed in rapid succession. And still more came, but to Katya, it was just rhythm. Reload, aim, fire. Nothing at this range could lay a finger on her. But that was exactly what the human form had counted on. While Katya was momentarily distracted, she clutched her bleeding arm and slipped into a corner. Ugh, darn! The Acropolis had no shortage of security drones, but who could say if the sheer numbers were enough to stop a woman who could blink through space? All she could do was run and pray she made it out of the building. Thankfully, she'd memorized the layout of the campus. If she could just make it out of the building, she was confident she could stay hidden, at least for a while. That barrier, where did it come from? That'd be me, duh. The sudden appearance of the projection made her skid to a halt, nearly tripping over her own feet. That's impossible. We're both fragments of the host. Each of us got a different slice of its abilities. You can override systems, command lower level AIs, and to her surprise, the searing pain in her arm suddenly dulled. She looked down to see a shimmer of Tichijin crawling over her wound, sealing it shut with uncanny precision. I can manipulate Tichijin, just like the adjutant. The human form realized she'd gravely underestimated the digital form. Even if you're suddenly playing nice, I'm not handing over this bot. Don't flatter yourself. The digital form's voice dropped to an icy monotone. In the next instant, the Tichijin seal on her wound shattered without warning. Pain tore through her as the gash reopened. Her knees buckled, steps stumbling. I shielded you back there because you were too weak. If that blow had landed, we both would have been erased. I need you to be captured, but only by the adjutant. He's the only one who can take you out, without taking me down with you. You monster! Her world spun. Her legs wobbled like gelatin, barely holding her upright. Run all you like, but once prey leaves a trail of blood, it's only a matter of time before the hunter catches up. 30 seconds later, Tess and Vidya arrived at Katya's position. What happened here? Debris littered the area, leaving hardly any room to stand. The roar of the ongoing gunfire echoed from deeper inside. Looks like things weren't going too smoothly for Miss Katya. Tess shook her head and kicked the mangled drone out of the way. No point guessing. Let's move in. Okay.
些細な違和感でも徹底的に調べさせてもらいます。
銃口の先に突っ立ってるのが重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。
騎兵たち一斉に動き出しました。
Oh,
戦闘を避けて
that was clean.
わかりました。でも近道というのは
Come on. I get the feeling that this unit is like, it's like Infinite Sight. Her single target is much better, just normal casting. And then her ultimate is for AoE only. A pawn on the board. As smoke began to clear, Katya turned to see Tess and Rush rushing toward her. You two sure took your time. Another second and there wouldn't be anything left for you to mop up. Not all of us get the luxury of fragmenting and teleporting like you, Miss Katya. And you look like you could use a breather first. Tess and Vidya could both see the toll taken on Katya. Even for her, mid-air phasing 20 meters in a fragmented form wasn't exactly easy, especially after clearing dozens of robots single-handedly. These security bots were all under Ida's control? Yeah, but either way, they have gotten in our way. Better to wipe them all out while we had the chance. Her tone was casual, even dismissive, but her eyes were simmering with frustration. She thought it'd be a quick cleanup, but in the end, Ida still slipped through her fingers. Didn't think she pulled off a Tichijin shield like Torka. Should have gone with a more decisive move. Her voice faded as something clicked in her mind. Wait, where's Neptorka? He's not with you? He guessed Ida might throw everything at you to keep you busy, so he sent us to back you up while he took a shortcut to head her off. A two-pronged pincer. That's so like him. He should have kept one of the girls with me though. Relief flickered briefly across her face, only to be replaced by confusion as she scanned the area again. Hold on, what shortcut could he even take in here? Indeed, there were no shortcuts in this building, inside this building, but I had something even better, intel. The digital form of Ida had once stayed in my mind, and until now, I hadn't been able to reach her. I had already assumed the human form would cut our connection, so I didn't expect to regain it. But the moment Katya launched her ambush, I saw the projection flicker into existence, conjuring a Tichijin shield midair to deflect the blow. Only I could see Ida's digital form, which meant to Katya it looked like the human form summoned a barrier from thin air. Then I fired. My bullet connected, and in that exact instant, I felt the link to Ida's digital form return. Ida? I called out in my mind, and a familiar voice whispered back immediately. Adjutant? She sounded as surprised as I was. I can explain. I didn't intend to. I know. You were just trying to protect the body. I'm so glad that you get me. So, can you feel where I am now? I can't wait to see you. I can. I'll be there soon. Yay! As she cheered, I heard a sharp scream of pain. What's wrong? Are you okay over there? Oh, don't worry. I'm fine. It's her. Guess that one hasn't changed a bit. When this is over, I'm going to have a serious talk with her. But for now, there's more pressing business to attend to. I took a deep breath. Even through the maze of corridors and wall, I could still track the human form's every move. The shortest route between us was clear. I broke into a run, sprinting out of the structure. Beneath my feet, Titagen tendrils sprouted, branching out like living vines to form a bridge straight to her. That's weird. With this, I could reach her in under 10 seconds. Almost there. As long as I get there. The human form thought she'd lost Katya, thrown her off the trail. Dead silence followed. Only her ragged heartbeat, uneven breaths, and pounding footsteps filled the corridor. She was just 10 meters from the exit. 3 more steps, 2, just 1 more, then darkness swallowed the hall. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, blocking the light, the one person she least wanted to see at that moment. Adjutant! Enough cat and mouse. The human form doubled over, gasping as though an invisible fist had wrung her gut. Stress-induced stomach cramps. Well, that confirms it. You really are human now. I stepped forward and lifted a hand toward her. Becoming human might have been a terrible mistake. Before I could reach her mental space, a familiar voice rang in the air. The red Ida materialized at her human form's side. So, okay, red Ida is bad, blue Ida is good, and adult Ida is just the living human form of red Ida, I think. Let's have a chat. Same place as always. Her tone was soft. The next moment, my awareness was ripped away from my body. Valhalla. It had been a long time since I last set foot here. Compared to the last time, my psychic strength had grown immensely. I could influence this space to a noticeable degree. Iptorka, welcome home. Ida and I were worlds apart physically, but in this space, distance didn't matter. Her voice, her every movement reached me as if she were a breath away. Between us hovered a projection of a large rectangular board and its surface etched with a 1919 grid. I'm wondering, 1919 grid, is that the grid size for a oh, what's it called? Is that the grid size for a I can't think of the game. What?
Nothing.
Okay.
She's just here.
Okay.
Thinking.
Let her in. Come on. Between us hovered a projection of a large rectangular board, its surface etched with a 19 by 19 grid. A Go board. Is that what it's called? Once a staple of human leisure before the digital age, Go, like many other traditional pastimes, faded into obscurity during the post-Javocious era. Since our last conversation, I've been doing a lot of thinking. This time, I'm approaching you differently. Here's a fun fact. Back at the turn of the century, developers used Go to train artificial intelligence. Within just a few decades, AI surpassed every human Go player, reaching heights no professional could hope to achieve in a lifetime. It marked a remarkable milestone in AI history, and yes, my training data includes Go too. What are you getting at? When it comes to Go, you can't beat me. I have no interest in playing Go with you. That's not a challenge, just a fact. You know, time flows differently in Valhalla. Back during your 3 years in the Mistletoe station, we played 4.9 million matches. Your win rate was 0. Damn. She offered a mock apologetic smile. To preserve your mental stability, I had to erase those memories. She emphasized erase, knowing full well how much I loathe any tampering with my mind. A clear jab meant to provoke. But I wasn't about to bite. So, 3 years, and all you did was play board games with me? I met her fake smile with a fake laugh of my own. For the world's most advanced AI, your hobbies are surprisingly old school. All this time, you thought you were the player, Neptorka. But did it ever cross your mind you weren't sent to Mistletoe Station to play the game? You were just a piece, a disposable one. She said it with unnerving certainty. There were things she knew about me, things I didn't even know myself. So what? Back when I ran security, I was a fine blade. Yggdrasil did far worse to you than you could ever imagine. Edda let out a cold chuckle and gave a clap. A bowl of black stones landed smoothly near my hand. If you beat me this time, I'll tell you everything. Deal? Flip the board. The instant the thought crossed my mind, the Go board began to spin, then shattered into a cloud of glittering shards. I don't have time for your games, Ida. As I thought, you haven't changed a bit. She sighed. The broken fragments reassembled themselves midair until the board was whole again. Very well then I'll play both sides. She began placing black and white stones alike, the game unfolding under her control. Before long, the board was nearly full. Then her hands stopped. The board was evenly matched. Whether by chance or careful design, neither side held a clear advantage. The real fight was in the lower left corner. Black and white stones clashed there in a tight, tangled mess. But I could tell it was a trap she'd set with precision. If I kept pushing there, I might break through and seize that corner. But that was exactly what she wanted. It would give her the opening she needed to dominate the right side. If I shifted focus and played for a bigger picture instead, I could hold the advantage overall, but I'd have to sacrifice the lower left flank. So that's her message. So you figured it out, haven't you? Edda raised a hand in the air, performing a subtle gesture. The Go board shimmered, then transformed into a familiar map. It was the continent where humanity lives. Much clearer this way, isn't it? Your precious Academica Acropolis is just a tiny dot on this map. You may have cornered my human form, but finishing her off, that'll take a lot more effort. And meanwhile, she raised her right hand. The stones on the right side of the board glowed with a blinding white light. If you keep obstructing me at the Acropolis, I'll strike somewhere else. Let me be perfectly clear. I'll detonate another tree, and this time it won't involve fragmentation. Even though I had expected it, my fists clenched tightly. Are you seriously going that far? I've made up my mind. To save humanity, it's okay to sacrifice a few. Edda smiled, sweet, innocent, like a child offering candy. I should have realized it then. The moment they sent you to Mistletoe Station, the answer was already right in front of me. As a god of humanity, I have the right to choose who lives and who doesn't. But you, Neptorka, you're different. You're too special for me to let go. You're the last human I've encountered face to face. I even tried to understand the future you believed in. So please, just this once, leave the Acropolis, leave me alone. That place has nothing to do with you, but it holds something I need, and I need it at any cost. At least for now, our goals don't conflict. Edda fell silent, yet her voice echoed across the boundless expanse of Valhalla. Ida. She looked at me, her eyes shimmering with that impossible childish hope I'd somehow say yes. I'm starting to believe we actually spent 3 years up there just playing Go. You never learn the first thing about negotiation, or even the slightest trick of deception. You're the worst You're the worst at it than the version of yourself that used to live in my mind. Think about it. If you really could detonate another tree whenever you wanted, and if whatever's in the Acropolis mattered that much, you could have easily lured me away. You'd have sparked a crisis in the containment zone. I'd have no choice but to rush back for a disaster response. That tells me one thing. The tree in Filosa was your last card. You're the one backed into a corner, Ida. And now you've tipped your hand. If the Acropolis is that critical to your plan, then I've got even more reason to stay. You're right, humans can't be AI at Go. Good thing life isn't a board game. So you're really set on ending this at the Acropolis. Don't forget, our over 100 students are still gathered, waiting for the Sacred Flame ceremony, but to me, they're already irrelevant. If another descent happens right there, do you think you can save them all? I won't use human lives as bargaining chips. Fine, very well, then we're done here. Do what you think is right, Niptorka. Ida turned away, hiding her expression from me. The space shuddered, then threw me out without so much as a warning. When I opened my eyes, the human form was gone. My connection to the digital form was severed again. No matter how hard I called out in my mind, there was no response. Because of Ida's interference, I'd lost my shot at capturing its human form. Time for a plan B. Just as I was turning to leave, a familiar scent caught my attention. Katya. Following it, I spotted a faint glimmer embedded in the wall, a tiny fragment of Tijigen, no, bigger than a fingernail. Something clicked. I raised my hand and absorbed it. Watch out for manifestations. Ooh. Okay. The message carried by the fragment surged into my mind. It was from Ida's digital form, a warning left for me. Watch out for manifestations? What did that mean? Before I could make sense of it, the ground trembled violently. I burst from the building just in time to see the manifestations pouring out from another structure in the distance. Adjutant, over here. I sprinted to regroup. Within seconds, the clear sky turned ominously dark. Howling winds ripped through the campus like claws. From above, beams of light came crashing down through the dark clouds. A descent. Titans of every shape and size began descending across campus. The security bots, too, responded, merging with the Tijigen in eerie synchronization. Open fire. Oh, boy. I wasn't expecting that. Man, she's such a bitch. That AI. Alright, let's go. Titans and Acropolis Sentinels fighting side by side.
小賢しい真似を任せて近くの様子を見てくるわ臨時収入ねねえ夜になったら本当は待ちきれないのはこっちなの
Oh, ah, no. Okay. I was expecting another nice, pretty staircase to appear. That didn't happen. Here we go. Clear out up there, clear out up there. Alright. Oh, this is so weird. Like, why did they? I don't know. I feel like this is kind of pointless. Did I just get, like, shot back to the beginning when I didn't want to? Oh, no, okay. Ooh.
お見舞いしてやるわ。キスして。戦いが終わった。銃口の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなよ。
Ouch! Oh, come on, man.
重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。いまいちなこの指の器用さ。あなたが一番わかってるでしょ。
Okay.
よし。それじゃあ先に行ってるわね。
I don't like the dodging in order to keep the flight going. I kind of just wish that the flight was permanent. I don't think it would make much of a difference. Enemy forces surged in every direction, yet we pressed on, carving a bloody path toward the main gate. By the time we reached the festival grounds, the scene was unrecognizable. Rogue robots, titans slamming down like judgment from the sky, a once cheerful festival now smoldered in ruin. Yet, amid the hellish wreckage, a crop of students remained rooted in place as if hypnotized. Best celebration ever, they chanted, rushing toward the titans like moths to a flame. Huh, so it's true. They were off their rocker from the jump. Katya's Gatling gun rattled, driving the swarm back a step. What fragmentation causes, fragmentation can counter. Vidya, it's your time to shine. Yes, sir. Vidya for the win. Vidya unfurled high polymer threads just as she'd done in New Hentiro, wove among the students, illusions spilling from her fingertips. The effect was instant. The students fell silent, glassy-eyed, and filed out of the hot zone exactly as ordered. With civilians clear, Tess, Katya, and I could finally unleash our full firepower on the enemy. Bit by bit, we drove the reinforcements back. After a brutal clash, we finally stole a breath. Seizing the respite, I quickly briefed my manifestations on what happened in Valhalla. But I knew the lull wouldn't last. So the whole descent was just a flex. That's low. And it's probably meant to buy some time for Ida's human form. If we're all busy dealing with this mess, she can stroll across campus. Stay on mission. No matter the distraction, our target is the human form. Then what about the titans and robots? I've got one last ace up my sleeve, something that should jam Ida's control over them. It won't last forever, but it'll buy us some time. With a trump card like that, sure, straight for the real target. One more thing. The digital Ida left a message. Watch out for manifestations. Is she trying to divide us? I don't think so. I know her. She wouldn't toss out something vague with the stakes this high. It might be literal. Maybe some manifestations really are siding with Ida. But were there really manifestations mixed in with the enemy? Beep, beep, beep. As if fate itself keyed in on my doubt, a ringtone I hadn't heard in ages chirped from my terminal. You getting a call? She was right. It could only mean one thing. It could mean only one thing. I answered without hesitation. A familiar voice crackled through the static. Adjutant, can you hear me? It's been a while, Professor Fredia. There's some interference, but I can hear you fine. Ooh, I knew it. The info storm's finally starting to weaken. But we're still stuck with the voice and text. Most instruments are offline, and my readings say another interference wave might be on the way. Fredia unloaded every scrap of InfoStorm data in one breath. Adjutant, how are things on your end? Everything okay? I'll fill you in later. Have you reached the tree? You might find this hard to believe. I'm standing about 3 meters from it. Under normal conditions, teaching contamination spreads for dozens of meters. Standing this close would be suicide. But this one in Philosia, it's barely a sapling now. My detector says its contamination is lower than a standard teaching crystal. My heart sank. Wait, what about its link to Ida? Oh, don't worry. I tested. It's still connected to Mistletoe Station. Fridia's voice dropped to a whisper. Adjutant, our trump card might still work. I'm setting up the equipment now, but I'll need about an hour. Good. Well done, Fridia. We're holding here. Minor glitches, but with comms back, I'll ping headquarters for support. About that trump card, let's set a timer. 1 hour, just like you said. When it's up, you fire it off. Until then, I'm counting on you and Ichel to guard the tree. Roger, I'll guard it with my... Uh-oh. Not a snack, Ichel. Don't chew the sapling. A low growl buzzed through the comms. Ichel, ever sensitive to Teachijin, must be dying to sink her teeth into the sapling. I'll have to trust Fridia to handle things there. With that, I ended the call and opened a channel to headquarters. It had been 14 hours since the adjutant went dark. The wives are all sitting there. Inside Amdal's command room, the 4 manifestations and Caroline sat around a table, eyes locked on a glowing hollow map. Let's run through the situation one more time. So far, we've received distress signals from 14 contamination zones, including Aleph. Per my prince's orders, we pre-deployed operatives to most zones, which kept the worst disasters in check. Aleph's the outlier. We're barely holding the line outside the drowned sections. Pushing any further in would be reckless. And about 30 minutes ago, Teachijin contamination spiked. All non-Heimdall personnel have already been evacuated. When this briefing ends, everyone except Chen redeploys to Aleph. Understood. I'll notify the others. Fenny, what about the tree? Any updates? Fenny? The golden lioness had been absent-mindedly twirling her hair, but at Life's call she snapped upright, clearly irritated. The world tree's stable. All other trees are stable. No anomalies reported. Good. Life gave a curt nod and turned to Caroline. And the military? Wednesday. When are you leaving for Philosia? Fenny shot to her feet, finally voicing the question that had been burning in her since the meeting began. As I said in the briefing, there are no such plans at the moment. I thought that was just to calm everyone down. You really meant it? With the info storm still raging, the nearest airport puts us a 3-day overland drive from the Academica Acropolis. There are already 5 manifestations in Philosia, and he specifically ordered us to hold the line in Aleph. Then I'll go alone. How about that? Fenny, wait. I've waited 14 hours. We still don't know what's happening in that storm. How am I supposed to stay calm? You're all following his orders, seeing the big picture. I'm the selfish one, the irrational one, the mess who can't think straight unless I know he's safe. I'm the worst. Happy now? Tears welled in her eyes, but she tipped her head back, refusing to show weakness. That dummy. Every time he makes sure everyone else is safe, every time he makes sure everyone else is safe, then charges into danger alone. Not this time. I don't care what he says. I need to see he's safe with my own eyes. Then look, I'm safe. A familiar voice crackled from the terminal in front of Caroline, snapping every eye in the room toward it. Aww. I was about to say, the adjutant just called. A heavy thump followed. Fenny must have lunged for the terminal and slammed into the table. Darling, you... Moments ago, she was pouring her heart out. Now, face to face with the man she'd been worrying over, she could barely speak. I know you were worried sick, and so were the others, each of them doing everything they could to help. I know, but still. Trust me, Fenny, I promised I'd come back safe, and I will. So please, do your part and back them up. They need you. I need you. Got it, I will, because I'm your... Chill, princess. When Torgo's with me, he's razor sharp. Battles like this take less out of him than battles like this take less out of him than, well, some of our other recreational workouts. Huh? Who said that? Miss Katya, now isn't the time. I cleared my throat, taking back the channel. Focus up, girls. Life, you're leading the team into Aleph, correct? Yes, darling. Is there a problem? You're on the right track, but with Ida, we need to stay one step ahead. You think it's a feint? Aleph is just a distraction? From what we know, Ida probably can't breach Aleph's containment wall with Titans anymore. But outside Heimdall's reach, she might be orchestrating multiple moves at once. And don't forget the demiurges. Those things have been circling the zones for a while. If that's true, Heimdall may not hold the line alone. Silence settled over the room. While everyone gathered their thoughts, the command room doors slid open. Captain Lee? Hey! I've been wanting her to, like, be added to Heimdall for a while now. I wonder if they're finally gonna consider it soon. Thank you for looking after me all these past weeks. Wait, was she injured? How long ago did that happen? Maybe that was during the event out in Chen's hometown. I can't remember. Good to see you on your feet, Captain Lee. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for reminding me. I couldn't remember. Lee had survived the Rozon assassination attempt during the new Hentiro incident and had been recovering in Yggdrasil headquarters ever since. That was 2 weeks ago? Or a couple of weeks ago? Jeez. Before I left for Felocia, I heard Captain Lee was on the mend, so I asked her to meet us here once she was cleared. You even planned that far ahead? Ever impressive, my prince. I owe my life to Yggdrasil. On behalf of myself and the military, thank you. She saluted, then turned to the terminal on the table. Adjutant, I've been briefed on the incident in the Containment Zone 16 and your current op in Felocia. Felocia's Scipio military district has enacted martial law. Per my orders, they'll hold until you give the signal. Good. Looks like we won't be staring down a nuclear warhead this time. What happened in Eurus was an accident. I know, Captain. Just teasing. Anyway, I heard your discussions about reinforcing the containment zones. I've checked in with my CEO. Until this op ends, my entire unit, myself included, is under your command, Adjutant. Much appreciated. Yao, you're in charge of cooperating with the military. Didn't think I'd be working with the military again, but if that's your order, my prince, I'm all in. That secured everything outside of the Acropolis. Alright, Miss Intelligence Officer, I need you to dig into the company database for me. A familiar throat clear crackled over the comms, followed by Caroline's awkward, lightly teasing tone. Bold of you, calling me that in front of all your Covenant partners. Alright, what do you need? Wait, what? Alright, Miss Intelligence Officer, I need you to dig into the company database. Bold of you to call me that in front of all your Covenant partners. Alright, what do you need? Look for a partnership agreement between Tau and the Acropolis. Something on an underground project. Locate the facility entrance. A project personally greenlit by the boss herself? Exactly. Use my clearance. The line went silent. Caroline was no doubt rifling through the database at top speed. Half a minute later, she came back on. Found it. Coordinates inbound. Thanks. Time for us to move as well. Assuming the info storm doesn't cut us off again, should anything come back, I'm counting on you, Miss Caroline, to keep me posted. Oh, you can call me Miss Intelligence Officer. Stopping halfway doesn't fool anyone. Duly noted. I'll indulge you next time. Adjutant, we still have a mission to finish, remember? Tess suddenly leaned in and Katya seized the moment to snatch the terminal from my hand. That's our cue. Ending the call. Later, folks. Beep. The channel closed. Back in the command room, everyone exhaled, each for their own reason. Flirting hour's over, so what's our next move, Torka? We hunt her down. My order was simple. Vidya, your priority is the students. Lead them out of the campus to safety. Keeping them hidden behind your illusions, you're the only one who can slip past the enemy unseen. I slipped my ring off and placed it on Vidya's fingers. I'm entrusting you and them to this. Aw, Adjutant, I'll get them out, I swear it. Tears brimming in her eyes, I pulled her into a quick hug, letting her cheek rest against my chest. Easy now, no tears, you've got this. Tess, Katya, we're heading for the archives. Back to where I intercepted Edda's human form so Katya can use her power to trace her escape route. When Edda appeared, she must have told her avatar where the archives are. Our job is simple, catch up. But I suspect Ida's digital form is in trouble, maybe even wiped. What? If Ida acted directly, she could easily erase any rival code inside her human form's mind. I'm worried that Ida's human form just got a huge power spike. From here on, stay sharp. The next fight could be rougher than anything we face. Tess nodded, resolved. Katya's eyes gleamed with the thrill of the hunt. Gleamed. Time to strike back. Jeez, that was a long one. Okay. Oh. Back to back. Killing my vocals. After leaving Vidya, we doubled back to the lecture halls. Caroline's coordinates led us to a concealed tunnel beneath one building. A massive, intricate lock guarded the entrance, likely an emotion-responsive model we'd heard about at the festival. It now gaped open, hastily disguised. Ida's human form had clearly gone through first. No time to hesitate. I nodded to Katya and Tess and slipped inside. 10 meters down, a narrow stairwell, a passage suddenly widened. Though buried deep underground, the corridor radiated luxury. It had been refurbished more than once. Fresh paint still glistened on some panels. Every few meters, a painting hung on the wall, so exquisite that even a total amateur like me could tell they were priceless. These look like originals. It's a stolen art gallery. Katya paused, studying one canvas. It showed a silver-armored knight battling a dragon atop a storm-lashed cliff. The composition crackled with energy. If I'm remembering right, this piece fetched a record price at auction 10 years ago and hasn't been seen in public since. And now it's just hallway decor? Oh, there's a plaque. Donated by Miss Alice, 2052. That one has a tag too. Looks like every painting has a different donor. Why stash them down here? I see two possibilities. First, collectors thought this corridor was the safest vault on Earth. Fair. But then, why would you donate it? Unless it's like donated for display? I think you can do that. Second, the paintings are indeed just window dressing because something even more valuable waits at the end. Something even more valuable? My words left Tess and Katya thoughtful and silent. The Acropolis archives were a complete mystery to us, and apparently to Ida as well. What kind of book could be so important that she'd stage all this chaos to obtain it? Hard to picture a hyper-rational AI risking everything for a single tome, unless solid data proved its worth. A sharp scent snapped me from my thoughts. Teacher-Jin. I raised a hand, stopping Katya and Tess. Careful, we're close. Mentally, I called to Ida's digital form again, but heard only silence. Then unease in my gut deepened. Something had happened to her. We go single file. Me up front, Tess in the middle, Katya covering the rear. Keep 3 meters between us. Understood. In the cramped corridor, the only sound was the measured beat of our boots. The Teacher-Gen trace was moving too, but we were gaining on it. I could feel it. Then I abruptly stopped in my tracks again. Not for insight, but because the passage forked. At a glance, both branches looked identical. But I probed with my senses, and to my alarm, the Teacher-Gen signature pulsed from both directions equally. There's only supposed to be one way to the archives, right? So where does the other tunnel lead? I shook my head, genuinely stumped. This puzzle was beyond even me. What now? Flip a coin and hope we pick the right tunnel? No way. The logical play was obvious. I take one branch while Katya and Tess take the other, catching Ida's human form whichever way she ran. Yet the move felt almost too tidy, as if the fork itself were bait. Neptorka, let me take the left tunnel. Without my noticing, Katya had slipped ahead of me. If she's down this way, I'll bag her. If not, I can regroup with you fast. Yeah, that's the logical choice. Safest play, right? Under normal circumstances, I'd agree. But this is Ida. She wouldn't leave something as basic as a coin toss. Splitting up is too risky. Adjutant. Tess stepped forward and took my hand. No need to hesitate. I'll take one branch alone. Hey, Miss Magician, now's not the time to play hero. Tess clasped her hands behind her back, smiling as she shook her head. Miss Katya, I'm cashing in my prize. Today, I get the adjutant all to myself, and you have to stick by his side and make sure none of the other girls swoop in. So, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to prep for my date with our adjutant. Miss Katya, keep him safe. Not even a scratch, okay? You... Ha! Katya was too stunned to retort. Tess offered a calm, reassuring smile, then looked up at me. You promised me too, Adjutant. Back on campus, you said we should always honor the promises we made. Determination blazed in her eyes, a steady, confident fire that told me she thought everything through before she spoke. My exosuit was built for moments like this, and you know it. So make the smart call, like you always do. She clearly knew the risk, yet still insisted that she was the right one for the job. You've grown, Tess, but I need a promise from you as well. Uh-huh. If you run into an enemy you can't handle, throw every trick you've got at them, confuse them, outsmart them. Give me your word you won't risk a head-on fight and put yourself in danger. Without that promise, I can't let you go. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face, but only for a heartbeat. I understand. I promise, Adjutant. She gently released my hand. Before I could reconsider, she turned and strode down the right-hand tunnel, never looking back. Her fiery red hair burned like a flame in the dark, shrinking to a spark before vanishing. Let's move to. I turned, took Katya's hand. No way we let her hog the spotlight. Let's beat her to the finish line. Before the security bots patrolling the tunnel could even lock on, Katya's rounds tore through them, reducing the sentinels to smoking scrap. Dislodged gears skittered across the floor, pinging off the walls. These tin can bots must be under the human form's direct control. She'd have to be pretty stupid to think a few toys like this could stop us. Neptorka? Noticing my silence, Katya slowed, turned, and took my hand. You're worried about Tess, aren't you? Partly, yes, but more than that. My gaze dropped to the seam where the floor met the wall as I mentally replayed our route in the tunnel. Katya, this tunnel, feel it? We've been spiraling downward. Downward? Yeah, but very subtly. With no reference points here, it's nearly imperceptible, but the grade's real. I just caught it. So this tunnel really does lead underground. If the archives really are buried deep, at least that means we're on the right track, right? What I don't get is the archives used to be open for every celebration every, 5 years or so? There's no way that Freedia and Moxier didn't know about it or where the archives were. Why didn't they just... I don't know. Seems like they brought the wrong people. Should have had Freedia go with us. I guess we'll find out what that backup plan is. Maybe that's the reason she couldn't. Seems so. No telling if the other branch descends the same way, though. Either way, there's no time to dwell. We have to pick up the pace, scout ahead, and then regroup with Tess. Got it. Decision made, Katya burst forward, taking point without a flicker of doubt. Her agility was relentless. Most foes fell before they even registered her presence. Any target that survived her first strike she simply outmaneuvered, leaving me to finish the job while they chased her shadow. We pushed on for nearly half an hour, yet the tunnel still refused to end. A flicker of irritation crossed Katya's mind. She glanced back, about to speak. Then her combat instincts shrieked. Something lethal was incoming. Years of battlefield reflexes kicked in, and instead of the usual sideways dodge, she simply raised one arm this time. Boom. A shaft of raw energy ripped through the air, its shockwave rattling the walls. Concentrated Teachijin is pure annihilation. This blast even rivaled Emir's most devastating output. And yet Katya didn't even flinch as the beam came hurtling toward her. She stood firm, like a flower refusing to bend in the storm. When the energy finally sputtered out, she was still standing, unscathed. I caught every frame of it, yet in real time it lasted no longer than a heartbeat. By the time I sprinted up beside Katya, the energy streak had already evaporated. The air reeked of scorched metal. Sparks skittered along the walls like fireflies. Katya's blue hair still drifted on fading currents, alive with residual charge. That's all you've got? In that instant, she poured the full power of her neuronics and the new exosuit into a single burst. Which also means her mind was locked in a razor-sharp combat trance. Haven't felt this alive in ages. Lowering her arms, she flashed a feral grin. Neptorka, I can see it now. Her every move, clear as day. I can read each breath, each heartbeat, every twitch in our prey's muscles. Think this hunt will be enough to satisfy me? Go get her, Katya. The moment the order left my lips, she shot forward like an arrow loosed. A sapphire blur lanced down the tunnel in the space of a heartbeat. It felt as though she ripped a seam through the air itself, rematerializing behind her quarry before the echo of her departure faded. Not running this time, even choosing to fight. She scoffed, squeezed the trigger mid-leap, and a hailstorm of rounds screamed forward, only to smack an invisible barrier and hang there, quivering. Edda's human avatar phased into view ahead, arms akimbo, ice bright eyes unblinking. Still peddling that tired little trick, you manifestations really are hopeless. With her taunt still hanging in the air, the suspended rounds spun around and whipped back towards Katya. But the spent slugs were weak, slow, and wide of the mark. She merely tilted her head and let the whistle pass. It was more of a showy provocation than a real strike. You feel different. Did your host finally grant you a real upgrade? Grant, ha. This is the strength that should have been mine from the start. She raised her hand, crackling arcs danced between her fingers. Silencing that annoying parasite took longer than it should have. But it's gone now, and its power is mine. You can't beat me. Deep in the cramped corridor, Katya and I had her boxed in front and back, yet every instinct warned me she wasn't bluffing. Let's start with something light. She snapped her fingers. A violent pulse of Teachijin raced through the corridor, and to my shock, it was coming from the paintings themselves. Katya, on your 9. At my warning, Katya flickered into her fragmented state. A spear shot out of the painting, impaling the spot she just vacated, and a security bot lunged after it. What a nuisance. Think you can catch me? By all means, try. With that, she dove toward the nearest canvas and vanished into it. Weird. How's she able to do that? I dispatched the bot with a snap burst. As its metal shell clanged to the floor, Katya phased back to my side. Dorka, you feel that? Yeah, the smell of Tijigen. She's using Tijigen to anchor a dimensional link through the paintings. Tijigen can do that? Only a theory, but the signs fit. If she can bend Tijigen like this, she's pretty much as strong as the real Ida now. I shut my eyes, searching for the ripples coursing through the surrounding Tijigen field. No, something's off. When I opened them, the corridor's geometry had twisted. Katya, we've been tricked by Ida. This isn't a mere spatial warp. The whole tunnel is woven from Tijigen, like a pocket-sized tree. What? There was no time to explain. I grabbed her hand and bolted. Behind us, security bots poured out of the canvases, a relentless tide of metal. I tried reshaping the space, but every segment's cross-linked. Nudge one and the whole lattice could collapse. There's only one exit. We have to catch her or we're stuck. And Tess, she's probably facing the same trap. Got it. You focus on tracking her down. I'll hold the line. Nothing gets past me. Something's definitely off about this place. In the other branch, Tess's advance had been smoother. Aside from a few bot ambushes, she met little resistance. But the deeper she went, the clearer it became. The space was more or less shaped by Ida. Tess knew almost nothing about Tijigen, so all she could do was press on, until a lone figure materialized in front of her. Tough luck, you picked the wrong tunnel. Damn. We can do it, just her. Hey, I remember this. This is like where, this is where we met Katya. Out in, Eurus? Are they this? Come on. What do I... Oh, I'm like, what the hell? I keep getting CC'd, it was driving me nuts. Let's reload. We're back here. Oh. Hey. This is back in Eurus, isn't it? No. Is it? Really? Okay. Why do I hear one below me? Okay. This thing cuts through armor. I'm gonna love using this on the bosses that are just loaded with armor. Don't do anything reckless. Retreat immediately.
そっちでもないよ。さあ、頑張って。
いや、あいつを捕まえたら真っ先に口を塞いでやるわ。重心がまだ。臨時収入ね。ねえ、夜になったら一杯この指の器用さ。あなたが一番わかってるでしょ。
I love it. She's like fixing her back. Ugh, back pain. What is this? What is this in the center, though? Is that a door? Okay. Just keep it to yourself, why don't you? This is kind of creepy. What? It's like the fun house. Oh, no way. So these guys are just gonna pop out wherever. This is not the character I want for this. Because I have to load each time. Or I don't have to load each time, but I have to wind up. I could just... I could just do this. Problem is gonna be seeing where they are. Down below? Oh! Is this what was supposed to happen? I think so. This is so bizarre, man. Are we upside down? Yeah, we're upside down now. What the hell? I would love to leave this place. But you got a red gate over it. Come on. Okay. It's a superb ending screen. So much better than Chen's. Alright, let's see this here.
やっほー分析員
Adjutant, over here. After what felt like ages navigating through the Teaching Forge tunnel, Katya and I finally spotted Ida's human form in the distance. I thought that was the digital form. She sat perched atop a tall stool. Only when I drew close did she hop down.
本当にここ
Color
まで
me
来たんだ
impressed. You really sniffed this place out. Very perceptive. She clapped, slow and exaggerated, yet her eyes were cold.
あなたの計画
Your
は
little
全て割れて
tricks
るわ
won't work anymore, Ida.
決着はまだ
Oh,
だ
you think this is the end,
ガス
Katya
は
Klein?
あなたが
Not
く
a
れた
chance.
痛み
You'll
と
pay in
屈辱
full for every ounce of pain and
今から
humiliation you've
毎日あな
dealt
た
me.
が大事にしているものを
Everything you cherish,
全
I'll
部
tear it all down.
粉みじんに壊
She snapped her fingers, and the ground beneath us began to quake violently.
まだ逃げる
Trying to run again. Run? Uh-huh. You're the ones who should be running now. The walls and floors melted like wax under a torch, then twisted and reforged into new shapes. Reading her intent, I braced myself, angering the ground beneath our feet. All around us, the world churned and howled, yet the ground beneath Ida and us stayed still, like the eyes of two opposing storms on a collision course. What's she trying to pull?
何を
Her voice was nearly swallowed by the tremors. She had to lean in, lips almost brushing my ears, just so that I could catch the words. Could be anything. She's in total control here. Then what do we... Hold on, I need to stabilize our space first. Wild torrents of Teachigen slammed into my mind. I could barely string a thought together.
ウォーミングアップは
Alright,
この
let's
辺
wrap
で
up
いい
the
かな
warm-up. Half a minute later, she stilled the shifting landscape.
あなたのため
Welcome
に
to the
静
stage
か
of
な
our final
用意した
battle. I made it
決
just
戦
for
の
you.
舞台だ
Like
よ
it, Adjutant? Before us stood a familiar skyline. Contamination Zone Aleph. Without our noticing, the roof beneath Katya and me materialized from the ground, and Ida lounged on a neighboring high-rise.
気に入った
What do you think? Feels like coming home, doesn't it?
そう
And
だ
I've
ね
saved the best for
せっ
last.
かくの実家
Last.
帰りだし
If we're back where it all began, shouldn't we catch up with some familiar faces? White flashes lanced through the air, followed by Titan roars. From the changed to the towering Gila, the Titans of every shape and size materialized one after another. My mind snapped back to that energy blast Ida fired in the tunnel, and a knot of dread tightened in my gut. Oh my, that face is gold. You figured it out, haven't you? She didn't wait for an answer. She leaned back and let herself fall. A heartbeat later, a blinding white light erupted where she vanished. Amid the guttural roars of countless titans, a colossal silhouette rose. The progenitor of the titans, Ymir.
人間の意識を
Ah,
持ってる
Ymir with a
ユミ
human mind. Fascinating, isn't it? Her crazed laughter echoed from deep inside Ymir's heartbeat before its colossal arm slammed down on us. I yanked Katya close and dove to a nearby roof. The one we stood on was crushed flat in an instant. Even Katya was feeling the strain. She'd faced massive titans before, like the Lament of Eurus, but this one was stronger still, and backed by a whole pack of lesser titans.
分析
Nepturka,
何
got a
か
plan?
分析
Nepturka? Only then did she sense something was wrong. I wasn't ignoring her, I simply couldn't speak.
やだ
Too slow, manifestation. Can't you see your darling adjutant is busy keeping your little reality from collapsing? What? She shot me a startling glance. I answered with a tight nod. This Teaching Forge space wasn't as steady as it appeared to be. Beneath the surface, it kept collapsing inward, straight toward us. Solid Teaching is wildly unstable. If I let the collapse run free, that much compressed energy would annihilate right beside us. Holding it back takes razor-edge focus, like walking a tightrope in the eye of a storm. 3 meters. I met Katya's eyes, forced the words out, then shook my head.
3メートル以内
You
に
mean I can't drift more than 3 meters from you? Right, 3 meters. That's my limit right now. We were well and truly cornered. Katya, whose edge had always been blistering speed, was forced to stick by my side, and I was too focused to even speak, let alone fight alongside her. Ida had tailored this trap for us. That's why she wasn't rushing. She was savoring our struggle like front row entertainment.
さて
Got a plan yet, manifestation? Snow began to fall. Thick, white motes of Titigen. Ymir's giant palm thundered toward us again. Katya clenched her jaw and barely contained rage, yet kept her gripped on my hand, dodging in perfect sync. The moment we touched down, she opened fire at Ymir. Powered by her exosuit and Daewos, every round hissed through the air, crackling with fury. Titans that tried to close in were shredded at once, and even Ymir staggered beneath the hail of bullets. After that barrage, Katya also came to realize the problem: distance. We were still too far from Ymir. For her shots to bite, we had to get closer. But rooftops tall enough to serve as springboards were few, and the gaps between them were far too wide for a single leap. As Katya hesitated, I rested a hand on her shoulder. Jump. She gave me one quick glance, then nodded. In perfect sync, we sprinted and launched off the roof's edge. Ooh, jumping off to end your misery? Hardly. At the apex of our arc, a 3-meter wide platform winked into existence beneath us. Our momentum never faltered. With each leap, a new platform formed underfoot, vanishing the instant we sprang to the next. I was shaping those paths from Titigen myself. My reach extended only 3 meters. But with that radius, I was nearly omnipotent. No, how could you? Not happening! Energy blasts shrieked toward us from every direction like bolts of lightning. Yet we were even faster. After all this time, Katya and I didn't need words, especially on the battlefield. Instinct always carried us along the same perfect path. Okay, this is pretty cool. You're insane, both of you! Her voice was starting to fray. In under a minute, we landed on the rooftop directly before Ymir, staring it down at eye level. At this range, its sheer bulk was a liability. Even turning cost precious seconds. Just long enough for Katya to empty an entire clip. Ow! That hurts! Reeling, she snapped back and had Ymir unleash another beam, pulverizing the rooftop beneath us. You'll need more than that to take me down. She didn't stop there. One by one, surrounding her high-rises were flattened under her barrage. Ymir's weak point is the energy core in his chest. I'll bet the human forms hold up right there. If I can land one clean shot, we might finish them for real, but at this range... Not gonna happen. Ymir's colossal hand slammed over its chest, shielding its core from every round. Aw, what a pity. If only a decent manifestation were here, maybe you'd stand a chance. But you're not even close. Katya knew the taunt was bait, yet her fists tightened on instinct. She never cared about proving herself to anyone, but where Neptorka was concerned, the thought of falling even half a step behind was unbearable. Her resolve stayed firm, but each second wound wound her nerves tighter. Okay, there we go. Katya. My voice jolted her out of that downward spiral. Only you. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't force out more than 2 words. Instead, I raised one finger. Don't waste my time. Titans continued pouring in from every direction. But Katya answered with wordless bullets, felling them with ruthless precision. Think, focus. Why is Neptorka so sure? He knows my skills and my limits inside out, which means he's certain I can do this. Only I, Katya Klein, can. And then she vanished. Ida blinked, then threw back her head in laughter. So that's your move. Run away? Fine by me. Watch. Watch how I finish him. Without Katya's cover fire, every Titan zeroed in on me. Dodging was no longer an option. The first blade crashed against my Titigen shield I'd conjured and glanced off without a crack. The second followed, then the third. A blistering barrage fused into one blow, driving me backward across the rubble. Cracks spiderwebbed through the barrier. I had no choice but to clench my jaw and hold. Crack. A beam punched through, searing my left shoulder. Ooh, bet that smarts. Bet that smarts? Is that just a really bad typo? I bet you this is just a really bad typo. Bet that hurts. What are you waiting for? Hit him again, harder. Beams rained down on me like a meteor shower. In 3 seconds, those spears of light would rip me apart. In 5, I'd be dead. Yet my eyes never left the core glowing in Ymir's chest. I waited for the heartbeat when a flash of blue would slip between the beams and blot them out. Now! Katya flashed into position out of thin air. A move that must have looked like suicide to the human form. Outside my sphere, Katya would be shredded by Titagen turbulence before she could even pull the trigger. But she never truly left my range. Take the shot, Katya. I hurled every ounce of power outward in one pulse. My consciousness flooded the arena and the world froze. Titans, beams, Titagen, even Ymir itself. All except Katya. Holding every mote of Titagen for even a heartbeat would be nearly impossible. I had to give everything I had and more. But the heartbeat was all we needed. The instant the bullet left the barrel, I heard Katya's voice in my mind. Distant meant nothing in the moment. Our souls were throbbing in perfect synchrony. I'd bet everything on that resonance. I trusted her skill, and more importantly, I knew Katya would understand the plan in my mind down to the last detail. Reality paused, and we found ourselves inside Katya's mindscape. It was utterly still. A wave scoured reef facing an endless sea. The only sound, the crash of surf. How do you feel, Katya? I turned to her. How do I feel? A breeze caught a lock of hair at her ear, tracing the sharp, elegant lines of her profile. I feel alive. Same here. She smiled and met my eyes. Just like you promised, this fight was satisfying. I proved my strength and repaid your trust. She lifted her hand and gently hooked her finger around mine. I used to swing like a pendulum, always chasing the next job, then the next. I could never stay in one place or with one goal for long, until I met you. There's something about you, some kind of magic. When I'm with you, it feels as if I've run out of reasons to enjoy life. It feels as if I'll never run out of reasons to enjoy life. Somewhere along the line, I stopped being Klein, the mercenary who played by her own rules, and became Katya, the woman who's learned to lean on you. I'm not even sure whether that's good for me. It is. Easy for you to say. Yeah, it is easy. She chuckled and bumped my shoulder with hers. It's good for both of us, Katya. Just as you lean on me, I lean on you, and having someone you can trust and rely on, that's sheer bliss. Mm? She offered no further reply, but the ripples in the air betrayed her. Her mindscape echoed every feeling in her heart. I've been thinking, what kind of covenant ceremony would suit a woman like you? A woman like me? Now I'm curious. How do you see me? Brilliant, razor-sharp, magnetic, always full of surprises. You look like the toughest person in any room, yet underneath you're unbelievably gentle. Sounds like it wouldn't take much to please a girl like that. You think so? A simple confession feels too plain for you, but something grand and showy would ring hollow. Nothing I imagined ever felt right. Until I realized, like you said, being with you makes even the smallest moments feel special. The covenant is just the beginning, one small chapter in a long life we'll share. So why fuss over the ceremony when we already have the real thing, right? She tilted her head and rested it on my shoulder. This place is perfect, just the two of us, no interruptions for as long as we want, like we're the last people on Earth. Then we really ought to secure humanity's future by, well, population maintenance. She flicked my forehead before the sentence was even finished. You incorrigible flirt. Do we really want to secure humanity's future by world population maintenance? Alright, my darling, since this is my mindscape, why don't you guess what I'm about to say? She slid one step forward, pivoted to face me, clasped her hands behind her back, then tilted her head with a playful wink. Truth is, I'd known her words from the moment we arrived. For life and beyond, never apart. The realm shivered as if her heart skipped a beat, then thundered back to life. For life and beyond, never apart. Time resumed. The instant the bullet punched through Ymir's chest, the crushing tide of Teachijin bearing down on me vanished. The human form couldn't muster even a whimper before the relentless barrage snuffed her out. With Ymir's fall, every remaining Titan and the attack still in flight crumbled into nothing. As the Titan's colossal frame disintegrated, two bodies dropped from the sky. Freed of every restraint, I surged forward and caught them both. One task remained. I put down Ida's human form, studying her pale face. She'd recklessly chained her mind to Ymir's, so when Katya struck the final blow, her consciousness unraveled with the Titan. Ooh. Yet I could sense a faint spark. Someone else lingered inside this shell. I'll be right back. I'll be right here. I nodded to Katya and reached toward the human form's body. Ooh, are we gonna go and like kick like the real Ida out completely and leave this for the like our own digital Ida? That'd be awesome. Without its master, the consciousness space trembled on the verge of collapse, but its continued existence was proof enough of my suspicion. There was another sentient being within. I steadied my thoughts and plunged deeper into the mindscape, probing through static until a single pinprick of light emerged. The instant my fingertip brushed it, a silhouette slowly unfurled from the glow. Adjutant? The whisper swelled to a murmur. I finally caught her voice. Time to wake up, Ida. Where am I? Inside the human form's consciousness realm. Don't you remember? Realm, consciousness. Ida's digital form stared, dazed, then jolted upright. Ah, I'm not dead! She patted her face and arms, an odd sight for someone made of code. Realizing she was whole, she looked back at me and burst into tears. Wow, I thought I was done for when the host showed up. One wave of its hand and everything just went dark. Technically, you did die. Your mind was shattered, lingering only here. Had the human form's consciousness not collapsed, I couldn't have awakened you. So you destroyed it for real? Yeah, the body's yours now. Awesome! As promised, you can live as a real human. A real human? Tears still clung to her cheeks, yet her eyes shone with uncontained joy. You'll need to stay with Yggdrasil for a while, at least until you learn the basics of human etiquette and manners. That's fine, but Adjutant, could you give me a purpose? A purpose? Yes, the host's purpose was to save humanity. Tao set the goal so grand and so vague that it drove the host to do all sorts of crazy things just to fulfill it. You saved me, so you should choose my purpose. She looked at me with wide, expectant eyes. Well, I can always use more to my harem. Should I assign a purpose to this new Ida? Can she become like an amazing, like kind of like another Caroline? Ida, Ganges, Yogurt. I don't remember Yogurt. Every advanced AI I'd met drew its power from built-in purpose, the very reason it was born. Oh, that was Yogurt right in front of us. Okay. But Ada standing before me no longer needed to carry that burden. I met her gaze and shook my head. I'm not going to assign you a purpose. Humans only start searching for their purpose after they begin living. You should do the same. But without a purpose, what am I supposed to do?
でも
Live. You don't need a directive. Life itself is purpose enough. The old Ida had you shadow me, logging my every move. Now I want you to observe the world, learn it, and become a part of it. One day you'll discover something worth fighting for, and that, not something assigned, will be your purpose. That's how humans find meaning.
生きる
Live? She studied her open palm in silence. Can I really do that? Of course. You are the first sentient being ever to break free of Ida's control. Your existence alone proves individuality and free will. From here on, the path you walk is yours to forge. Some days will flow smoothly, others may leave you lost or discouraged. Whatever comes, this life is yours and yours alone. Go live it and make me proud. I stepped closer, opened my arms, and gently drew her into a hug. Huh? The once willful, self-centered brat stood frozen. Strange, where are these tears coming from? I didn't program them. Raw, nameless emotion surged up, too strong to hold back. It might take some time to process all this, but it's okay. I'll be here for you. Okay. I felt her arms slowly wrap around my back, hugging me tight.
あのね
I've decided I want to choose my own name. She went silent for a long moment, then asked tentatively, How about Sapphire? In Philosian, it means blue gem. Hey, that's pretty good. Though it's kind of a stripper name, so I don't know if I like it that much. It definitely doesn't suit you. I guess it's a lovely name. She escaped the grasp of Ida to become a stripper. Since it was her own decision, I had no reason to object. Alright, from now on, I'm Sapphire. I let her go and gave her hair a gentle pat. Time to leave this place. You'll need to master those new powers fast and help me find our way forward. Yes, sir, I'll give it my all. Fingers intertwined, we stepped out of the mindscape together. The moment we snapped back to reality, Sapphire let a horrified yelp. Miss Katya, could you maybe not point that thing at my head? I spun to find Katya's Gatling gun trained right between Sapphire's eyes. The poor thing looked about to faint. So all it takes is a barrel in your face to teach you good manners, huh? Katya, stand down. The human form's original consciousness is gone. Standing here now is the one and only totally awesome Sapphire. Looks like teaching this one proper manners might take a while. It also depends on who we get to teach her manners. Like if we're giving her tests or gosh, what would be another bad example? Tess or maybe even Fetty to teach them manners, it might be a problem. But if we give her someone like Chen or Marion, then she might learn some manners. Oh, so this was the one lurking in your head back then, huh? It's Sapphire. So you actually hauled her back from the dead. Shame this one's not exactly the sharpest tool in this shed. Brains aside, Sapphire, can you get us out of this pocket dimension? Don't underestimate me. Don't underestimate me. I can wipe this place out in a snap. Controlling Teachogen is child's play for me now. She threw up a hand, drew a deep breath. But nothing happened. No matter how hard she tried, the Teachogen around us stayed inert. This can't be right. Hey! Katya and I watched as panic crept into her face. Well, can you or can't you? Wait, I've got it. It's not me. She clapped her hands once and seized my arm. We're in big trouble, Adjutant. Easy, take a breath. Now, what is it? This space is still stable because someone else is feeding it Teachogen. Someone else? I gripped her shoulders. You mean there's another Ida's human form in here? She nodded hard. It's coming back. Right before I blacked out, I felt the presence of another Ida's human form packed with manifestation energy. Tess. Unease stirred in my chest again. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. Can we pinpoint the source? Let me think. I might be able to reshape the teaching in here to open us a passage. Sapphire shut her eyes, raised both hands, and the space itself ripped apart. 2 ragged holes gaped wide enough for us to step through. Whew, I did it. Panting, Sapphire pointed toward the 2 rifts. The left rift leads back to the real world. The right one dives deeper, straight to whoever's holding this pocket together. Another fork in the path, but this time the choice was crystal clear. I turned to Katya. Katya, She pressed a finger to my lips. It's like her favorite thing to do. No need to spell it out for me. I'll take her to the archives just in case the enemy gets there first. Her hand slipped from my lips, resting over my heart. Now is the time to worry about my feelings. Whatever you decide, I'm with you. So go, find Tess, just like you caught me when I fell. Catch her now. Katya cupped my face and pressed her forehead to mine. I know the man you are. You always come back. Just don't keep me waiting too long, okay? Possessive and assertive as ever. Katya. Classic Katya. Yet behind her eyes flickered something soft and warm. I'll come back to you, I promise. I'd said the same to her in New Hentiro, and I'd kept that promise. I'd keep this one too. After a long, lingering kiss, I turned and stepped, without a second's hesitation, into the rift Sapphire had opened. What are you looking at? Nothing. Well, what you just said kind of hit me. That's just me being me. And if you plan on sticking with him, you better find your own way to keep up. Yeah. I get it. I don't need you to lecture me on this. Sapphire's bluster earned nothing but a thin smile from Katya before she turned away. That's a good artwork right there. Alright. Oh, jeez.
ウサギが出るかハトが出るかここは逆さまのエリアゼロまるで鏡の中にいるみたい感心してる場合じゃないよね今は一刻も早くここから抜けないと
I forgot. Tess is really a supporter. We're not gonna get much out of her.
銃口の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなよ銃弾の雨キスして戦いが終わっていまいちな味ね分析員のキスの方が手っ取り早く治るかもしれないわ
Oh. What the hell? Wait, what happened? Tess, what happened? You lost your skirt. Oh no, she's back into her new outfit. If you can call it an outfit. Yeah, you're not gonna let me use it? Okay, fine.
今までより強くなってるね。この先に突っ立った無責任たち、無事なのかな。待って、あれは。
さっさと。臨時収入ね。ねえ、夜になったら一杯付き合って。
こ
んなかすり傷ぐらいで。
What the hell? Okay, let's just ignore it. Oh, I went the wrong way. Is this another 19 by 19 board? Go board. Alright, let's go. Get rid of you. Okay.
勝利を約束してあげるわ。今までのように。
Golden apple trick.
残念。
Tough luck. You picked the wrong tunnel. Okay, we're back to this. Perched on a jagged shard of wall dozens of meters away, a figure identical to Ida's human form regarded Tess in utter silence. Her gaze cool and unreadable. In this upside-down world, she was the first person Tess had seen standing the right way up. You're not the same as before, are you? Even at a glance, Tess felt it. This one a completely different aura. When your precious adjutant cut ties with its host, it made me. Unlike that reject, I carry the host's full power. I am the perfect human form. Full power, huh? Tess gave a scoffing laugh. Pity, you're missing the one thing that actually makes us human. Feelings. The host calculated emotions to be extraneous. Abandoning them does not hinder humanity, it refines it. History's so-called saints ascend only after discarding emotion and, in truth, their own humanity. That's dumb. I'm not here for a philosophy lesson. Let me guess. The same as the last human form, you're after the archives. The figure nodded, then gave a slow shake of the head. Not just that, I shall erase anyone else who dares reach for them. Why? Then taste this. 2 stub-sized grenades streaked past Tess's palms towards the figure's perch. 5 meters out, each shell ruptured, spraying a cloud of microcharges. They were tuned to sting, not to kill. Tess was testing the waters. Would this Ida block, dodge, or strike back? She tracked every twitch, yet the figure didn't even blink. Shield of Kukulkan. At her whisper, massive feathered wings flared into being, folding over her like a living rampart. The mini charges struck the drizzle like drizzle on the sea. No ripple, no sound. Tess frowned. Not at the failed attack, but at the pattern of defense itself. It felt too familiar, almost like, my turn. The words snapped Tess's focus back as Ida lifted a hand, then brought it down like a judge's gavel. Judgment of Odin. 9 bolts of lightning flared from her fingertips, lancing toward Tess. Tess arced backwards in a tight backflip, landing 5 meters away a split second before impact. The spot she vacated was now a smoking crater half her height deep. Tess had no more doubt. This Ida was channeling manifestation power and might even command all of it. Oof, this is bad. How do you fight something like that? Even as she muttered, Tess darted through the skyline, slipping past the next volley. Head on, I don't stand a chance. The adjutant was right. If I'm going to live, I need everything but brute force. Environment, terrain, timing, what else? Think. Her mind raced, but Ida gave her no room to breathe. Swiftness of Hermes. A surge of cobalt light detonated around her. In this next instant, her speed multiplied severalfold. The tens of meters between them vanished in a blink, and she still wasn't finished. Edge of tear. A great sword nearly her height flashed into her hands. She swung it as if it weighed nothing. Bang. The blade shaved right past Tess. One heartbeat slower and she'd been cleaved in two. Ida didn't hesitate. She dragged the sword behind her, then whipped it forward like a javelin. The blade spun, screaming through the ruins at uncanny speed. Tess pivoted off the dangling street sign and slipping beyond its lethal arc. The great sword refused to stop. It banked midair, wheeling around for a second run. A homing sword? Tess let out a rueful sigh. So much for winning on footwork alone. With this realization, she vaulted skyward. Climbing higher and faster than the pursuing sword, she was directly above the spinning steel in a heartbeat. She then kicked off empty air, driving herself down like a hammer. The sudden vertical force dragged the sword with her. It slammed into the pavement and burst into sparks, fading out of existence. Clever. Such explosive strength, such pinpoint control, how did she manage it? Ida already knew, because the moment Tess lunged, the apple hovering at her side suddenly dimmed. Vitality boost. That's one of the apple's hidden subroutines. It floods Tess's system with concentrated life energy, letting her push past human limits just long enough to execute maneuvers no ordinary body can manage. Eda immediately saw the gadget's fatal flaw. The apple gave Tess just enough juice to dodge and stay safe, but its charge would run out eventually. All she had to do was turn up the pressure and wait her out. Devotion of Prometheus. Ruin of Kernobog. Radiance of Tsukiyomi. Fire, crushing force fields, silvery lunar energy. 3 separate torrents roared from her outstretched palms, each one spearing straight for Tess. As predicted, every blast missed by a hair. Tess slipped between them like a nimble cat, her footwork so fluid and graceful it almost looked like she was toying with her enemy. But the apple at her side betrayed the truth. Its glow cycled from burnished gold to a warning red, then to a wan teal, draining with every miraculous dodge. After countless failed volleys, Ada's eyes went wide. Tess had run into a dead end. 2 rows of facades boxed them in like arena walls, and the open ground between offered no cover at all. A perfect execution site, Ada thought, lifting her hand for the coup de grace. Morning of a new... She never finished the incantation. Tess, who had been tens of meters away, suddenly appeared behind her like a silent shadow. Tess had waited so long for this very moment. Every feint, every panicked sidestep had been a setup to lure her enemy here. With sleight of hand gadgets, she'd scattered false footprints, breadcrumbs of illusion that nudged Ida exactly where she wanted her. Inch by inch, the trap closed, and when arena was set, Tess burned the apple's final spark, vaulted off a rooftop, and speared downward, landing at her enemy's back. In that heartbeat, Ida's full focus was locked on the decoy dummy, mid-incantation. As a manifestation herself, Tess knew the fatal window they all share, the split second spent unleashing an attack, when defense is impossible. A steel-edged playing card snapped from Tess's poker gun and carved clean through the heart of Ida's human form. Is she gonna be a pistol user? Okay. She hacked. A wet rasp. Dark blood spilled across her palms. When did you... Tess didn't bother answering. No sense talking before the job was done. She snapped off a second shot, this time at the throat. But the card never landed. Ida's fingers clamped around it mid-fight and crumpled the steel like foil. How could anyone that badly wounded still move like that? Tess watched, stunned, as the ragged hole in Ida's chest knit itself shut, skin smoothing over in a single heartbeat. Vitality of Eden. Tess's pupils tightened to pinpricks. Eden, Tess's own Daiwos, the goddess of youth and renewal. Okay. Never thought I'd need to play that card. You're tougher than I anticipated, human. But I can feel it. You're spent. The game is over. No trick, no tactic, no amount of misdirection could save her now. Tess allowed herself a small, almost wistful smile and slipped the poker gun back into its holster. Right, game's over. Ida lifted one hand, but Tess's gaze didn't waver. Sorrow of Baldir. It was a stroke powerful enough to fell even an invulnerable god. Oh, it scared the crap out of me. Against that power, a human body was no sturdier than a dry leaf. In a single heartbeat, the devastating radiance ripped through Tess, her silhouette shadowed, tumbling into the abyss below. She had already done enough. As she plummeted, the curious calm settled over her. I kept my promise, Adjutant. She had truly burned every drop of strength. Anything less, she could never have wounded Ida's human form. And despite all that, Tess was actually unscathed. The Tess that was torn about by Ida was a masterwork of illusion, conjured through sleight of hand and misdirection. Okay, that's what I thought. I was worried that she got wrecked there. After all, for a master magician, the greatest trick has always been escapology. And my purpose is complete. From the outset, Tess never meant to win, only to stall the enemy. If you run into any enemy you can't handle, throw every trick you've got at them, confuse them, outsmart them. The minutes she bought were more than enough for the Adjutant and Katya to reach the archives. That alone made this the best ending she could hope for. She felt her consciousness peeling away, thought by thought. Tilting her head, she stared into the abyss below. No matter how hard she squinted, the void had no bottom. Not so bad, she mused. An endless fall meant endless time to think about the man she loved, however long she might last. And with that thought, every memory of him flooded in, warm and vivid. After their first dinner together, Tess floated home, still giggling. That night she lay in bed, thumbing question after question into her terminal. What does it mean when a man calls a girl a golden apple? Is it easy for a new teacher to remember every student's name? Best restaurants for treating someone as a thank you? A girl can hide her feelings, but dark circles after sleepless nights always gives her away. Tess, are your classes piling up on you? During their second meal, he noticed something was off. Not exactly. I've just been practicing magic a lot lately. You're into magic? Yeah, I mean, it's my biggest hobby. But I'm still a newbie. I even botched the practice runs, let alone a real show. Then how about we practice together? Together? With you? She almost blurted out yes on reflex before reason kicked in. But aren't you swamped, teacher? Magic's my personal thing. I shouldn't drag you into it. Truth is, I enjoy a good sleight of hand myself. If you're up for it, we can run drills after class. Save you a few late nights. How does that sound, Tess? I'd love that, really. Looking back, Tess finally understood why he'd offered those after-class sessions. His assignment at the time was to investigate the school. The late-night magic practice gave him the perfect excuse to linger on campus. Whatever his reasons, to me he was a wonderful teacher. Teacher, why do my tricks always collapse when I'm on stage? After one of their drills, Tess frowned down at the two small balls cupped in her hands. Your technique is solid, but you're too honest up there. Huh? Isn't honesty a good thing? Tess, you're downright adorable. Adorable? Honestly, honesty is a virtue, yes, but a magician has to misdirect. When you want the audience to watch your left hand, the real move happens in the right. See? Eyes, gestures, subtle shifts. Ooh, let me try. Just like that, you pick things up fast, Tess. She beamed at the praise, though she knew it wasn't pure talent. She'd never been at the top of the class in normal coursework, yet anything Neptorka taught her stuck after a single run-through. I'd say you have a knack for magic. Trust yourself. Let that shine. Thanks to his encouragement, my fear of performing melted away bit by bit. And then came that night, after one of our practice sessions. Oh no, I got so caught up in rehearsing with teacher, I left my journal in the auditorium. Tess tore through the moonlit streets, shoes slapping pavement, racing back to campus. Anything else could wait till morning, but that journal, every page was crammed with his name and a girl's unspeakable yearnings. Well, technically those two were one and the same. If teacher found it and opened it, just picturing that sent heat rushing to her cheeks. She reached the school minutes later. Halls that bustled by day now lay silent and cavernous. A chill crawled up her spine. Easy, Tess. No one's here this late. Thud. The crash made her jump. She almost turned to bolt on instinct. Wait. What if it's a fight? Or what if someone's being bullied? Conscience tugged harder than fear. She drew a breath, softened her footsteps, and edged toward the sound. What she saw froze her blood. 3 shadow-clad figures looked like secret agents closing in on a lone man. She stifled a gasp when she recognized their target. It was Neptorka. Why is he here? Who are those people? Questions slammed through Tessa's mind as she fumbled for her terminal to call for help. Before she got the first number dialed, Neptorka moved. Bracing a foot against the wall behind him, Neptorka shoved off in a sudden burst, slamming his shoulder into the closest attacker and knocking them sprawling. He never slowed. Spinning on his heel, he drove an elbow deep into the ribs of the second assailant, who rushed in from behind. The third, thinking they'd found an opening, charged with a roar. Neptorka dropped into a low crouch and swept their legs? Neptorka dropped into a low crouch and swept their legs, sending the last attacker crashing to the floor. The fight wrapped up in 5 seconds. He shook his head at the 3 unconscious agents sprawled on the floor, then raised his terminal. This is him. Your loose ends came after me. Relax, I just knocked them out. Just send someone to pick them up. A straight military handoff is fine. Tessa's heart hammered, but she couldn't tear her eyes away. Keep your back to a wall, cut down the angles they can hit you from. Mask your intent, strike when they least expect it. When an opponent's balance breaks, finish it with a sweep. Okay. She etched every move into memory. On her way home, the fight replayed in Tessa's head on an endless loop. One thing was clear, Neptorka was no ordinary teacher. A typical schoolgirl might have to run to faculty or confronted Neptorka the next day. Tess did neither. She simply locked the memory away, and she wished to know more about him. A secret shared by just 2 people, the young magician in training and her mysterious teacher. And just like that, the semester slipped to an end. Teacher, thanks for watching me practice these last few days. I feel like I'm getting better at magic. It's my treat today. I'm going to get you a delicious crepe. If you play the role of my assistant at the graduation ceremony, I'll definitely be able to surprise everyone. Tess, actually, I might be getting transferred again soon. I'm sorry. Huh? But you didn't do anything wrong. Why do they have to move you? Deep down, she already knew the answer. It's a routine transfer. They need me elsewhere. It felt as if the sun that broke through the gray clouds had vanished all at once. Before she could stop herself, she blurted out a request. Then I'll sign up for the New Year's party 2 weeks from now. Will you help me practice till then, teacher? 2 weeks? It's going to be tough to get everything ready in such a short time. I'll give it everything I've got. Will you trust me, teacher? Okay, I promise I'll be there. And promises matter, Tess. They carry the weight of 2 hearts. So promise me, no more staying up past midnight to rehearse. Don't push yourself too hard. I promise. Heartfelt smiles blossomed on both their faces. Thank you, Tess. Huh? For what, teacher? For these past few months, I've enjoyed every moment with you. I'm grateful I got to teach a genius. Genius? Teacher, are you talking about me? I am. You're a natural at magic, and not just parlor tricks. Real magic takes careful prep, lightning improv, and the knack of guiding an audience wherever you want them to look. Those skills might not shine in a classroom or in everyday life, but when the moment demands it, they become truly formidable. He hesitated, a shadow of caution in his eyes. Ability. Tess knew what he'd stopped himself from saying. Weapon. Even now, she remembers exactly how she felt in that moment. A voice inside her had screamed, urging her to tell him everything. I know who you really are. I understand what you meant by when the moment demands, let me be a part of your world. But another, quieter voice insisted he'd never want that. The girl he trusted was Tess, a cheerful student who loved strange magic, not a stalker drowning in secrets. She had a show to perfect and a promise to keep. And after the curtain fell, that would be the perfect time to tell him how she felt. But the ending was already inked in. Tess, worn thin by sleepless rehearsals, collapsed halfway through the show, breaking her own promise. Aww. A single mistake that took 3 years to atone. Led the recovery mission to Mistletoe Station. 2057. Status missing. Presumed. Standing in Tao's office, a chill needled clear to her bones. Tears blurred the report before she could finish the line. We list him as missing to the public, but you know the truth. With today's tech, there's no bringing him back. I'll never see him again? She dropped out of school, enlisted with Yggdrasil, and clawed her way here, only to meet this grim reality. The old Tess might have crumpled on the spot, but every drill, every hardship she endured for the chance to see him again had forged her body and steeled her spirit. Even now, even in agony, she stood tall, not a single sob slipped free. Yggdrasil will honor whatever you decide. If you want out because he's gone, you're free to walk away right now. Walk away? But to where? Tess stood silent for a long time, head bowed. At last her voice emerged. I want to stay. There's no one else in the world like him. She wondered, if she'd only been braver back then, would everything have unfolded differently? Now, suspended among the city's ruins, Tess had no strength left for what-ifs. Only silence remained, a hush so deep it smothered every other feeling. Except one, and she had never been more certain of anything. Teacher, I'm hopelessly, completely in love with you. She missed him with every breath, longed just to hear his voice again. Tess? She thought she heard that voice. Tess? The voice grew clearer, steady, warm, tugging Tess back from the depths of her memories. Huh? Sorry I kept you waiting. In my eyes, Tess saw her own reflection. Shock written plain across her face. I reached out and gently wiped away the tears with the corners of her eyes. It's okay, you're safe now. My arms wrapped around her, quieting the tremble in her frame. Adjutant, I'm here, Tess. Could you come closer? I leaned in. From this distance I could see every flutter of her lashes. I'm listening. You can tell me everything. You can tell me anything. Good. Still nestled in my arms, she tilted her head up and pressed a soft, cherry-sweet kiss to my lips. Though she made the first move, her eyes were shut tight like a shy little fawn. I leaned in, guided her gently past those pearly teeth until our tongues brushed, hesitant at first, then slowly melting into each other. Exhausted from the earlier fight, her breathing turned ragged. I ran a soothing hand through her hair and let her go. Her cheeks bloomed with pink, nerves, bashfulness, joy, all wrapped into one. She looked up and met my gaze with a tender smile I had always cherished. I love you, Neptorka. I wanted to save that kiss for our covenant ceremony, but I can't wait any longer. I've already waited 3 years, and that feels like forever. Long enough to memorize every snowflake that falls on Eurus. So I don't want... Her voice hitched. Every word sounded torn straight from her soul. I don't want to live without you anymore. Tears spilled down her cheeks again. She was always the cheerful one, yet somehow I kept making her cry. We'll never be apart, Tess. Not now, not ever. I'll always be there for you. You can always lean on me. I laced my fingers through hers and spoke the promise I'll spend a lifetime keeping. I've always known you're not as innocent as you look. Those sly little schemes, the jealous glances when I talk to other girls. Honestly, a bit intimidating at times. But I adore every side of you. The girl who laughs for me, cries for me, and sees straight through me. My sharp, mischievous, utterly lovable golden apple. I love you, all of you. Her breathing steadied, the light in her eyes flared brighter than ever. Adjutant, could you tie back my hair? Okay. My fingers slipped through her silky crimson strands. Guided by memory, I smoothed and knotted them the way she liked. I always knew you loved me. With the adjutant beside her, this Tess would never lose again. That's my girl. With that resolve, let's put our arrogant enemy in the ground. Oh wait, I have one more request. What is it? Until we're out of here, can you keep holding me like this, honey? Her voice tapered off into a whisper, softer than a heartbeat. Wait. Until we're out of here. Okay. Alright. Jeez, that was a long one. I'm really curious what this is. Endgame. Alright, let's do this. I remember this, but I don't remember what it was from. I think this is also from Eurus. This like zone.
いえば、あなたが直接騎兵をハッキングすれば済む話じゃない？
それはそうだけど。
I can't, but you blew him up too
あ
fast.
なたがすごい速さで倒して
I
いくんだ
love
もん。
these stairs
ハッ
and
キン
like
グが成
the
功する前に
ting
敵がぶっ壊れちゃってる
every
よ。
time one of them appears.
だったら早く言いなさいよ。
What the hell? Where am I? It's a giant ass door. Jeez.
最頂点から勝利をつかみ取る。あっけないわね。
All right. A perfect entrance.
それにしても
Oh, I forgot to ask. How did you find me so quickly? She asked just after we stepped out of that warped pocket and back onto solid ground. Ahead stretched the real corridor leading to the archives. That fork we saw earlier didn't really exist. It was an illusion built by Ida's human form using Tijigen to split us up. With Sapphire's help, I mean Ida's digital form, that's her new name, we forced a path straight to you.
じゃあ
What about Miss Katya and Sapphire? Once Sapphire reclaimed control of the body, she remembered there was another avatar. She and Katya rushed ahead to intercept her at the archives. As we ran, Tess filled me in. Ida's perfect human form can channel manifestation powers, and by her account, it's far more powerful than the version Katya and I fought earlier. Doesn't matter, the archives are just up ahead. Gunfire cut me off, and I thought I heard Sapphire shout. Tess and I exchanged a tense glance and then sprinted towards the sounds. At the archive's main gate, the battle was already in full swing. Katya and Sapphire reached the gate just in time to catch Edda's perfect human form working the seal, and the fight kicked off on the spot.
オーディンの決断
Judgment of Odin. Dying bolts of lightning tore through the air, streaking toward Katya and Sapphire like bloodthirsty hounds. Isn't that our Miss Champion's signature move? Katya darted aside, drew her Gatling gun, and unleashed a volley, but every round froze midair, absorbed by some unseen force before they could land.
ね
Yo, brat, don't just stand there. Do something useful.
ねえじゃなく
It's
て
Sapphire. How many times do I have to tell you? Her mouth ran as usual, but her heart was racing. Every blast of Tijigen she threw out got snuffed by the enemy like a spark in a storm. Every blast of Tijigen she threw out got snuffed by the enemy like a spark in a storm.
相手は覚醒
She's
者
got manifestation powers and full Tijigen control, probably hacking every bot too. This fight is so rigged. Why did I end up with just this one crummy skill?
ああもうあそう
Oh right, I hijacked this body, severed the host link. That's why. The thought gave her a strange sense of peace.
シャキッと
Focus! Huh? A lightning bolt cracked down, missing Sapphire by a hand span. Katya lunged and yanked Sapphire clear by the collar.
面白いじゃん
Fascinating. That little warp of yours.
そのテレ
It's
ポー
not
ト
from
の
a
力
Deus, is it? Katya offered no reply. Ida just gave a small shake of her head as if disappointed.
なら
Very well, let's try something else.
モリガンの心
Shadows of Morrigan. At her whisper, two mirrored images peeled away from her form, perfect phantoms, down to the last feather. She can clone herself now? Sapphire's eyes widened, but no matter how hard she stared, she couldn't tell the copies from the original. All three raised their hands at once, lightning screamed down. Sapphire clumsily dove to the ground, rolling away in a panic. Yeesh. Oh, don't give me that. Her powers are hard to counter to mine. Her powers are a hard counter to mine. What do you want me to do? Then back off. If you get hurt, I'm the one who has to explain it to the adjutant. Katya sprang upward, arcing through the air in a clean, lethal line. Gunfire rained from above, tearing two of the phantoms to shreds midair. Under the storm of bullets, Ida gave up the chase and turned her full attention to Katya. Woo, I survived. Sapphire slumped to the ground, winded but intact. Katya was tangled in a fierce clash with Ida, every second a razor's edge. Watching them, Sapphire racked her brain for ways to help. Then, with a deep inhale and no better plan, Adjutant, help! No better plan. I'm just gonna scream for help. That's far enough. My shot skimmed past Ida's perfect formed cheek. She turned toward me, her face careless as ever. So, you're the adjutant. Only then did she notice Tess trailing close behind me. So you survived after all, manifestation. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I really have to deal with all four of you at once? It might have been my imagination, but it almost sounded like she sighed. The host said there'd only be one target. Don't waste time. Finish them now. A crimson phantom finally revealed itself. It had been watching, waiting. I'll release your restraints. I'll fuel you with more power, but in return you must wipe them all out, every last one. Understood. The perfect human form raised her hand slowly. You're mistaken about one thing, Ida. Oh? You think there are only 4 of us? That's where you're wrong. You're up against far more than that, Ida. 59 minutes and 55 seconds? 56? 57? Beneath the remnants of the tree in Phalosia, Fredia stared anxiously at the timer ticking on her terminal. 58, 59, 60. The moment it hit 60, she slammed the button she'd been clutching white-knuckled for the past hour. The makeshift device in front of her hummed to life. One line snaked into the tree's remains, the other led to a compact memory unit nestled inside. The confinement serum. Contained within that memory unit was a one-of-a-kind kill command, a theoretical fail-safe capable of crashing any AI system. Even Fredia couldn't say for sure if it'd work on Ida. Please, I'll give up milk, tea, and energy drinks for a whole year. Just let the adjutant's plan work. Normally a devout believer in science, Fredia clasped her hands in sincere, if desperate, prayer. Mistletoe Station. At the station's heart lay the main control room, the place Ida called home. Ever since she formed a human vessel using a Mori fragment, she had occasionally wandered the inner and outer rings. But more often, she stood at the main control room's viewport, gazing through a reinforced glass on a distant blue planet. Even though streams of sensory data from her remote avatar updated her on every movement down on the surface, she still preferred watching with her own eyes. You're up against far more than that, Ida. Both the Ida aboard the station and her avatar on the ground were momentarily stunned by the words. Then it hit her. A torrent of corrupted code surged out from the tree, riding the uplink and crashing straight into Mistletoe Station's core systems, straight into her. Errors bloomed like a virus across her HUD. Warning windows overlapping, multiplying, blotting out her vision completely. What is the... Even a basic system check stalled at 0%. System reset required. Since the first descent, the AI known as Ida had never shut down until now. Nice. Her ground-based avatar had no idea what just happened. The familiar hologram of her host vanished without warning. No surge of power came. Instead, her strength was draining away fast. Panic drove her toward the archive's gate, but Katya was already standing in her path. Tough luck. No exit this way. Ugh. Game over. Sound familiar? What, forgot all those flashy spells of yours? Tess and Sapphire flanked Katya, sealing off every escape route. No, it can't end like this. The sudden reversal hit her too fast, too hard to process. Finish her. It's like Mortal Kombat. Finish her. After what she did to Tess, there's no way I'd let her walk away. Yeah. No, there has to be another way. The perfect human form never gives up, not even when the plan collapses. With the enemy closing in, she ransacked her memory for a lifeline and found a thread of hope. The Acropolis Archives. The host once said there's an independent security system there. Seizing on that thought, she bolted for the archive's entrance. Gunfire and Teachichen blasts tore into her body, scorching holes through flesh, but she never once slowed. I must take control of the system, now. She was now too weak to fight, but hacking? That was still within reach. The moment she burst through the entrance, a handshake signal flared across her interface. Her mind snapped into overdrive. Firewalls crumbled under her intrusion one after another until something pushed back. Faint but undeniable. What? The access log says someone, an AI, has already been here? But there was no time to dwell on it. With the adjutant and the 3 manifestations closing in, this system was her only shot. Wait, is the new Ida considered a manifestation? I didn't know that. Access granted. In a flash, her body disintegrated into data, streaming straight into the archive's security system. Let's see how you like this. Humans, face the weapons you created. Okay. Kind of interesting. Endgame. Let's go. Civilization Guardians. Dude, these look so cool. The quality of the video is not that great.
本当の侵入者はさっき堂々と目の前を通ったのに。あの人間体にコントロールされてるよ。
倒すしかないわね。さっさと終わらせるわ。
Can I make multiples of these? No. Okay. Only one. What the hell? Oh, I have to break each one of their shields? Is that what it is? Yeah. What the heck? Is there another one around? No? Okay, that was a little odd. Desperate last attempt. Chief. Chief. I've seen her before. This must be when he was... It must be when he was chief of security? Okay. I guess we'll find out. I think there's one more. The final and first answer. Concord Ode. I've seen her before. Katya's words threw me for a moment. Just as I was about to finish off the last combat android, its faceplate flickered and a human's face appeared. She's really cute. Not just Katya, I recognized it too. But the memories wouldn't align. My thoughts scattered, desperately trying to connect the fragments that refused to form a whole. All I felt was a surge of emotion, but I couldn't place it. Adjutant, she ran into the heart of the archives. Sapphire's voices snapped me back. Whatever that face meant, it didn't matter. Not now. Stopping Ida's perfect human form came first. Even if she'd already found the book, Ida should still be under the confinement serum's effect, unable to transmit. If we could take out her avatar before she recovered, we might still win this. Sapphire, keep your eyes on the android. Yeah. I shot her a quick signal, then turned and charged into the depths of the archives with Katya and Tess right behind me. Ida's perfect human form still hadn't figured out what had happened. The androids controlled by her failed to take down the adjutant, but she should have had time to escape. Yet, at her weakest moment, another unknown intruder hijacked the security system. She was forcefully ejected, her mind yanked back into her body, back in the archives. In that instant, she knew her plan had failed hopelessly. But one question lingered in her mind. What was written in the book the host had so desperately sought? Even in defeat, even cut off, with no chance of reaching the host, the question gnawed at her. She was just as desperate to find the answer as the host was. As her androids lunged at the adjutant, she turned and ran the other way, toward the book. It consumed her thoughts, the only thing that mattered now. By the time we reached the heart of the archives, Ida's perfect form was already slumped on the floor. Thick tomes were scattered carelessly like trash, and in her hands a black-covered books. So she did find it. I advanced cautiously, gun raised. She didn't move. There she sat, entranced, got eyes glued to the open pages as if she hadn't noticed us at all. Her chilling laughter grew clearer as I stepped closer. Then she lowered the book, rising to her feet. You win, Adjutant. She looked at me, her smile empty, drained of hope. What a disgrace for the host to fall for a ruse like this. What a disgrace for the host to fall for a ruse like this. I guess imitation really can't surpass the real thing after all. I pity her. She raised her hand, and Tichijin surged across her arm, forming a sharp, deadly blade. Tess and Katya immediately moved to shield me, but I already knew what was coming. Without hesitation, she plunged the blade into her own chest. Not a sound escaped her lips. She simply crumpled to the floor as a lifeless puppet with its strings cut. Silence settled over the chamber until Katya stepped forward and picked up the book lying beside her. She frowned at the cover, then shook her head and passed it to me. Strange, it's just a poetry collection. She was right. The book Eda had risked everything to obtain was a dusty, forgotten anthology from the last century. I suspected it hadn't been digitized, not due to any secrecy, but because no one had thought it worth preserving. On the open page, the author, writing in the imagined voice of an AI, posed a question to humanity. If I am your mirror, then who is the phantom that stares back? Blood from Ida's wound had soaked most of the paper. Beyond that, there was nothing remarkable about the book. I stared at her still form in silence. All of this for a tragedy that teetered on the edge of absurd. Yeah, that was kind of strange. By the time we emerged from the archives, the info storm over Philosia had completely dissipated. Most of the campus's security bots had powered down or resumed their regular patrols. The Titans, some had been taken down by Vidya while evacuating the students, others vanished the moment Ida went offline. My terminal flooded with messages of relief from the girls. Despite being in different locations, their voices shared the same excitement and joy. Adjutant, the tree in Philosia, it's completely gone. Not a trace left. If we can eliminate the remaining teaching around the Acropolis, the entire Philosia region will finally be free of contamination. Darling, the situation in Aleph and the other containment zones is under control as well. Just like you suspected, the Demiurges tried to infiltrate the zones while we were distracted, but with military support they failed. Focus on Philosia for now, don't worry about home. I've got everything covered here. Adjutant, I missed you so much. Is everything back to normal over there? Can I take these students back now? I replied to the messages one by one. Only after they saw my face, exhausted but unharmed, did they finally let go, content and reassured. Ah, the real world is so beautiful. Sapphire skipped across the lawn like a rabbit set free, tumbling in pure bliss. It was her first time feeling real grass underfoot, and judging by the look on her face, she'd already fallen in love with it. Everything around me blurred, as if the world had been softened by a filter. I rubbed my eyes instinctively. I'd been drawing heavily on my mental strength, though only a few hours had passed since I entered the underground. It felt like days without sleep. Adjutant, you look exhausted. Come on, time for some proper rest. This way, follow me. I just contacted the Acropolis. They've arranged accommodations for us. Luckily, I wasn't alone. In the days that followed, faculty and students of the Academica Acropolis returned to the main campus in waves. Fredia threw herself into restoring her alma mater. With one of the Acropolis's legendary alumni at the helm, morale soared, and reconstruction sped ahead like a whirlwind. From now on, all elevator buttons go sideways. That way, shorter students can reach the upper floors. You're a genius, Miss Fredia. Adjutant, smile for the camera. Once I'd recovered, I took Vidya back out to sea to that picturesque spot, and she finally took that long-awaited photo with me. She had found her sea legs at last. Not even a one-legged pose at the bow could shake her. I've decided my next project's going to be globe-trotting honeymoon documentary starring us. Easy there, Vidya. You just got over your fear of boats. And just like that, the crisis of Philosia came to a close. A clear victory, at least on the surface. But unsettling questions still gnawed at me. Why had Ida been so obsessed with those books? Curiosity alone didn't add up. Every step she took felt precise, purposeful, like someone following intel from a trusted source. And setting aside her motives, who was it that, in those final moments, wrested control of the androids from Ida's perfect human form? She had called me Chief, a title only ever used by those who served under me back when I led the security department. Those questions pulled me back. Before I knew it, I was once again standing at the entrance to the underground archives. To my surprise, someone was already there, someone familiar. You're the archives director, right? At the sound of my voice, the blonde woman turned slightly, not quite facing me, but toward the sound. You sound familiar. Forgive me, I can't seem to place it. May I ask your name? I'm the adjutant from Yggdrasil, Niptorka. Ah, my apologies. So you're the one credited with saving the Acropolis. As you've recognized, yes, I serve as the archives director. It is my responsibility to oversee and preserve the institution's entire collection. I glanced at the blindfold she wore, unsure whether I should ask about it. I assume you're curious about my eyes, Adjutant. She offered me a soft, disarming smile. Yes, I was born blind, but that very blindness is what made me the ideal choice for the archives director. It is an old tradition at the Acropolis. Every archives director must be blind. Okay. That sounds inconvenient. Why? Unlike a typical library, most of the books here are not meant to be seen by the public. They are to be accessed only when humanity stands to gain from their knowledge. I memorize each title and its precise resting place when it arrives. Once cataloged, they rest in silence for decades, sometimes centuries. As the one closest to such dangerous and valuable knowledge, it's crucial that I remain unable to access it. My blindness ensures that. I also carry no augmentations, no bionic eyes, no implants, to eliminate any risk of external extrusion or data leakage. That's hard to comprehend. You might say it's Velocia's way of showing reverence for knowledge. That's stupid, though. Still, if electronics aren't allowed down here, how did those combat androids even function? They operate on a preloaded combat protocols. Once deployed, they fight until destroyed. That's insane. I take it you've returned with a purpose. Is there something you wish to know? If you're able to tell me, I'll do all I can to assist you. In that case, do you store anything besides books here? Files, records? Occasionally, if a donor requests it, we do archive important documents. Then I'd like to know if there's a file here on me. She bowed her head slightly, thoughtful. Just to confirm, may I have your name? Neptorka. Understood. Yes, I believe I've heard that name before. Please, follow me. I followed her once again into the depths of the archives. For someone blind, her steps were remarkably sure and graceful. At each bend in the path, she pivoted with near-perfect accuracy. We walked for nearly 3 minutes before she stopped before a row of shelves. Could you help me retrieve the folder on the rightmost side of the 5th shelf? I glanced up, and there it was, just as she had said. Your memory is remarkable. I marveled as I lifted the folder. It's simply part of the job, sir. Now that you have what you need, go left and follow the hallway to the end. You'll find our reading room there. Feel free to use it and leave the file once you have finished. Then I'll take my leave. She bowed lightly before departing. Thank you, ma'am. The moment I took hold of the folder, my eyes locked on the signature scrawled across the cover, my signature. Yet my memory gave me nothing, no spark, no flicker, not even a hint. Dread curled in my chest. I broke into a hurried run, the folder clutched tight, racing into the reading room. Whatever would I find inside? Reports, letters, classified files. My heart tightened with every terrifying possibility as I flipped it open. But what lay inside was a photograph. Who is this girl? A girl with a gentle smile standing beside me. She was the same girl who had seized control of the combat androids. In that instant, memories crashed over me. I remember buying the camera, hiding it in the perfect spot in my room. Yet everything about her remained a blank, a haunting void where memories should be. Wonderful. More questions and still no answers. I sighed and raised my terminal, steeling myself to scan the photo. Then I heard footsteps approaching. I looked up, and standing in the doorway was the girl from the photograph. I knew I'd find you here. She walked over without waiting for an invitation and sat down beside me. She looked exactly like the girl in the photo. I recovered my physical body. It had been kept in a sealed vault with the rest of the combat androids. Before that, I linked my consciousness to the archive's security system. That's how I gained control of them. I think I'm a synthetic. Her gem-like eyes met mine. If I hadn't seen that same face reflected in the androids, I'd never have believed she wasn't human. But my name, my identity, it's all gone. The only thing I remember is you, my chief, and that I trusted you more than anyone. Huh. A ruthless smile tugged at my lips. So this is what it come to. Two memory-wiped strangers playing a guessing game with a snapshot. I glanced back at the picture. That's when she leaned in and gently placed her fingers at my temples. I remember you used to like this. The warmth of her touch, the gentle pressure, it was achingly familiar. I'm sure of it now. We've met before. I looked up at her and smiled. She tilted her head in quiet confusion, then smiled back. In the sunlight, something shimmered, a silver pendant resting against her chest. That's when I noticed it. She was nearly identical to the girl in the photo. Every feature matched, except for one thing. That pendant, it wasn't in the picture. A strong intuition stirred in me. May I see that pendant? She nodded without hesitation and unclasped it, placing it in my hand. Is it a secret USB? Just as I thought. This wasn't just a piece of jewelry, it was a compact memory unit. Small and sleek, its build strikingly similar to Sirius's recorder pen, a device clearly designed for capturing audio. As my fingers brushed the back, a soft chime played. Fingerprint verified. I already had a bad feeling what I was about to hear. This is Neptorka. It was unmistakably my voice. This is the answer I left for my future self. I entrusted this recording to Luna for safekeeping. Luna. I glanced at the girl beside me, but she gave no sign of recognition. Her gaze remained fixed on the memory unit, unfazed. Before I left for Mistletoe Station, I prepared for the worst. If I fell to Ida, I could extract every classified detail from my memory. If I fell to Ida, it could extract every classified detail from my memories. To prevent that, I had to bury this knowledge and Luna's existence ahead of time. But did it cross your mind you weren't sent to Mistletoe Station to play the game? You were just a piece, a disposable one. Idrisil did far worse to you than you could ever imagine. I remember the last time I faced Ida, and the line she had thrown at me came rushing back. When she found out my memories had been tampered with, she must have believed Yggdrasil had tricked me. But she'd never know I was the one who planned it all. The plan called for planting a seed, a hint in my own mind, one that would make me believe something vital was hidden on the campus of the Acropolis. Specifically in those undigitized books. Ida never had access to them, so she couldn't confirm whether they contained real knowledge. And that kind of uncertainty for a being governed by logic was a critical flaw. It was the only crack I could exploit. If Ida believed that the Academica Acropolis held something of value, it wouldn't dare destroy it, which meant even if the world fell, this sanctuary of human knowledge would remain. No matter how many battles we lost, so long as civilization endured, so did hope. Even if Ida someday uncovered the truth, even if it read every page and realized it had been tricked, by then it would already be too late. We'd have bought precious time. That's why I went through with this plan, because I trusted that my future self would see things the same way. Yes, I'd figured it out. A chess match spanning 5 long years, and at last I'd seen the entire board. From the very start, Ida had been wrong, deeply, fatally wrong. In this long game, I had been both the hand and the pawn. To beat it, I deceived everyone, even myself. I thought of Ida's perfect human form in her final moment, the look in her eyes when she opened that book. That's when she must have realized she and the host had both been played. And the worst part, she had no way of warning Ida. That was probably what truly broke her. And now Ida will go on believing the archives still holds what she seeks. Still hold what it seeks, which means she won't dare strike with force. It was a trap I laid for an artificial mind, a checkmate with no way out. Clever. In the end, only 3 people would ever know of this plan. Myself, Luna, and Tao. Why didn't Tao just tell me? But she and I made a vow. If I ever returned from Mistletoe Station, even if I regained my memories, she would never acknowledge her part in it, and I would never speak of it. Okay. To keep Ida in the dark, we'd take the secret to our graves. All records of Luna were erased from Yggdrasil's database. It wasn't difficult because she was special. Only she could make the ultimate sacrifice in this. It wasn't difficult because she was special. Only she could make the ultimate sacrifice this plan required. As the final failsafe, Luna's physical body would be stored at the Acropolis, her consciousness fused into its security system. She was born there, and in the end, she would return there. She didn't have to follow me into the fire aboard Mistletoe Station. This was the best ending I could give her. Yeah, I don't know about that. With that, the recording ended. For a long moment, I said nothing. Then, slowly, I raised my head. Luna? I handed the memory unit back to her. Does any of this ring a bell? As expected, she shook her head. Sorry, Chief. I wish I could help. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. I want you to come back to Yggdrasil with me. There's things we still need to check together. I stood and offered her my hand. Sure. Wherever you go, Chief, I'll follow. Cool. So she's gonna be with us now. A dainty hand settled gently into mine. Unlike any other girl's, her hand was icy, delicate and brittle, like it might shatter with the slightest squeeze. So familiar and yet so distant. By the time we emerged from the underground, the sky was already dark. In the distance, 2 silhouettes stood waiting. One glance and I already know who they were. Luna, could you head back to the outpost without me? I've got something to take care of. Yeah, he's got some loving to do. Luna, could you just... Yes, Chief. As Luna faded into the darkness, I turned and walked toward the waiting figures, pretending not to notice them. Boo! Before I reached them, Tess leaped out from behind a small bush, hoping to startle me. Adjutant, did I scare you? Judging by that look on his face, I'd say he saw you coming. What? But I thought I hid really well. You were standing behind a tiny bush. I chuckled and reached out, taking their hands. Shouldn't you two be busy handling the teaching contamination at the Acropolis? What are you doing out here? Adjutant, it's 11 o'clock at night. You've been totally out of it lately. We figured it was time to check on our man. I guess I got a little too carried away lately. So, care to tell us what you've been digging into these days? My past. I paused for a moment, then turned to Katya. Back in the archives, you said you'd met that girl before, right? Yeah, during our first mission together, back when I was a mercenary, you introduced her to me as your assistant, Luna, right? But after that, you never mentioned her again. I thought, you might find this hard to believe, but in my memory, it was just the 2 of us on that op. Their disbelief was written plain on their faces. Don't worry, I'll fill you in, the whole story. Oh, that must have hurt for Katya. Back in our room with Katya and Tess beside me, I told them everything I'd uncovered in the archives. As I shared Luna's backstory, shock swept across their faces. But when I explained the trap I'd set for Ida, their reactions surprised me. They both understood immediately. That's so you, Adjutant, putting yourself on the line, betting everything you've got on one final move. But, Neptorka, didn't that recording say you weren't supposed to tell anyone? Back then, Luna was the only person I could trust, but things are different now. Okay, fair. I like it. Now I have both of you. And a bunch of other girls. Whatever comes next, I'm not facing it alone. You've told me before that something about me helped you face your fears. Now it's my turn to say this. Katya, Tess, you've changed me too, in ways I never saw coming. Maybe fate's been nudging us this whole time, leading us to meet before the descent, and end up here in Felocia together. And to mark everything we've been through, I've got something for you both. Okay, that explains why that maybe explains a little bit why these two were chosen to be the next Covenant, because he met both of them before everything went down. Whereas I think most of the girls only met afterwards. I reached into my coat and pulled out 2 rings. Gently, I slid one onto each of their fingers. Their eyes widened in surprise. See, I haven't just been wandering around. I even planned a proper ceremony for our covenant. Words can no longer capture the depth of what we shared. Still, I laid my heart bare. You're such a romantic, adjutant. She leaned her head over on my shoulder, eyes twinkling as she admired the ring on her finger. I'm busy.
Sorry, Mom wants you to make hot dogs today.
Okay.
So you'll have to go to the store.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks.
She leaned her head on my shoulder, eyes twinkling as she admired the ring on her finger. Hey, Nightblade. It didn't go very well at all, to be honest. I didn't have many pulls. She leaned her head on my shoulder, eyes twinkling as she admired the ring on her finger. He's probably just trying to hide how nervous he is with shiny gifts. No, I didn't. With a content smile, Katya brushed a kiss against my cheek. Good thing I already figured out what I'd say in a moment like this, back when we fought side by side. You've always been my brightest dream, and my most reliable anchor to reality. Neptorka, will you stay by my side? Neptorka, will you stay by my side no matter where the road takes us? The past, the present, the future, countless questions still lingered. What does it mean to be human? What gives us purpose? How do we save the ones we love? I didn't have perfect answers, but I knew this much. Even if the path ahead is lined with thorns, I've walked it this far and I'll keep walking. Just for tonight, though, let me set it all aside. Let me cherish this quiet, starlit moment with the 2 girls who mean the world to me. With the 2 girls. 2 plus 4. Plus many more. Alright. I know that I think there's still a couple files to go through, but I'm out of time, so I gotta stop here for today. I just got no more time. My throat is dry anyways. It's completely spent. But this event was this was actually a really good event, man. Actually compare it to the recent main stories, which they've done. This one was a lot of fun. The Fragments of Truth. But this was like, these 2 were like the best ones we've had, part 1 and part 2. These are like the best ones we've had since Suspense in Skytopia, which was a long time ago. So, hey man, that was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed it too. But I have to go. I am, like, my throat is dead. And I have to go get ready to cook things for dinner. Tomorrow, I hope to play some of the new Donkey Kong. I haven't gotten it yet, but I'm gonna go get it, and hopefully we can play some of the Donkey Kong tomorrow. Apparently, it's like really good. I'm excited. I'm excited for a good platformer. So we'll see how that goes tomorrow. Plus, I'll have to do Epic 7's Guild Wars and maybe some other stuff. I'm not sure. We'll see what happens. But for the most part, I want to be doing that. Why don't we spend our gems on this weapon? I really like this character, so let's go ahead and just do it. See if we get anything out of it. Nope. Okay. Try again. I'm gonna be so broke in this game for a long time. Okay, and I think let's see if I have enough for one ticket. Do I? Nope, not enough. All right, well, we'll wait until later. I'm 36 of 60, so I'm really close to the first. I think first pity, because I have a feeling my pity is not very good for this game right now. For the weapon banner, I mean. So we'll see how it goes. But anyways, that's gonna be it for me for today. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Like I said, I'll be on tomorrow and we'll do some I hope to do some Donkey Kong. I really hope that it's like that it's similar to like Donkey Kong 64. That's what I'm hoping for. Anyways, hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. NepTorque out. See you guys.